Okay, thank you, Representative Jack. All right, I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1262 relative to the installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Route 111 and Irma Road in Salem. And I'm going to call upon the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Sweeney, to open this hearing, please. Welcome to Public Works and Highways, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairman, and to the members of Public Works and Highway Committee. My name is Representative Joe Sweeney. I have the honor of serving Salem in the State House of Representatives, Rockingham 25. I also serve as the Vice Chair of the Salem Town Council. I speak before you today to urgently urge you for your support of the intersection of a signalized intersection at the intersection of Route 111 and Irma Road in Salem, New Hampshire. I've handed out numerous handouts for you all with news articles and support from myself and from the Assistant Town Manager, Joe Devine of the Town of Salem, to back up our need for this intersection to be signalized. Over the years, the intersection of Irma Road and Route 111 has been the site of numerous tragic accidents, including fatal collisions that have deeply impacted our community. The most recent incident involving a 65-year-old motorcyclist from Newton is a somber reminder of the ongoing danger presented by this intersection. Historical data paints a grim picture, with over 133 accidents occurring in the last 6 years alone, including the heartbreaking loss of Dorothy Charlene Bouchek back in November of 2016 outside the window of those accidents. Now, these are not mere statistics. They represent families, people's lives, and the community that is mourned, including the surrounding properties to the intersection. And that really just underscores the pressing need for action on this intersection that the town of Salem has been in talks with the state since the 2016 accident about ways to improve this intersection. And those talks are still ongoing, and we're really just trying to get direction on this and get it moving into the pipeline to get a signalized intersection there. The design currently of the intersection, and I sent out a map to all of you. The two intersecting roads to Route 111 connect to the intersection at a 45-degree angle. Those roads have miles per hour of about 30 miles per hour limit. And then the Route 111 at that point is a 50-mile-per-hour zone. You'll typically see drivers driving 60, 65 miles per hour with the flow of traffic. It's a heavily trafficked road in between Exit 3 and the towns of Derry, Salem, Windham, and Hampstead. There's numerous large businesses along the road that gets trucking in the morning and the afternoon times for high traffic waves, and it's a main artery in our town. And frankly, the statistics that can be provided in the analysis by DOT will show a picture of this intersection not being utilized as much as other signalized intersections in town. And that's because people are avoiding this intersection, going out of their way, driving on back roads in Salem and Derry and Hampstead to avoid the intersection at Irma Road and Route 111, to avoid any potential tragic captions. I'll finish with the cost of inaction is just too high, measured in human lives. One death is too many. We've had 2 in the last 8 years, and we'll have numerous more if we don't take action here. And anything that we can do to stop the tragedies and the accidents and the deaths at this intersection. The town of Salem is willing to work with the state to get this done, and we just want to get this done. So I appreciate the time. Obviously appreciate your considerations and your process here when it comes to, a representative coming in. I need a light for my town. We hear it all the time, but I really just want to press you on the importance and the need for this particular light. So thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Questions of Representative Sweeney from the committee? Okay, Boyd, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rep. Sweeney, thank you very much for your testimony and bringing forth the bill. Question, does the town of Salem want to retain jurisdiction over the traffic light?
Yes.
Okay, follow up, Mr.
Oh, yes, please continue, Representative.
Thank you. In your opinion, and I apologize for putting you on the spot, Representative, are there any eminent domain concerns that are being raised as a consequence of the proposal?
Nope, there's no, so to put a signalized intersection, there's no eminent domain concerns for the area. Within the right of way, we'd have the ability to do so. There's been another proposal floating around that DOT came to a town council meeting with to put a rotary in the intersection that the town does not want. And that would require eminent domain and a lengthier process to fix the intersection. And frankly, I think inadequately so with a rotary at that point, that juncture. So that's why we support a lit signalized intersection that's in the smart grid as we're updating all of our intersections currently so that they're timed properly with the other intersections feeding into it.
And then one
Follow-up question.
last final up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the latitude. You answered my question, but I just want to amplify the point. So there have been conversations between DOT and the town of Salem regarding traffic calming techniques that could be utilized for 111, specifically either rumble strips or a rotary. Obviously, you've told me the rotary was
Yes.
exploded and extinguished, so I'll push the rumble strips and ask that question.
Yep, absolutely. And just to further this, I filed this bill, I believe it was in October or November, whenever we had to file the bill. DOT came to the Salem Town Council in December with their list of possible fixes to mitigate the causes. They calculate that a rotary there, which I still feel is unacceptable, could save up to 3 lives a year, whereas a lit intersection would only save 1.3 lives a year. Seeing as we've lost 2 lives over 8 years, a lit intersection would still serve the needs of what we're looking to do here without having to go into eminent domain and being a full process to redesign the whole road.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Abbott, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Was this intersection and a traffic light there brought up in any Gasset hearing or part of the 10-year plan?
I believe it has been in the past, and I've talked to the executive council about this as well, but I can't speak specifically to recent conversations on it. But I know the town of Salem's been talking with DOT since 2016 on this intersection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Representative? Yes, please.
Thank you.
Representative Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, has there been a traffic study? I was just flipping through the bill. Has there been a traffic study performed?
There has been, and I was expecting DOT to be here, and I'm not sure if they are. They did a traffic study. We actually most recently did a traffic study that ended the day before the most recent tragic accident at the intersection, and that's where they got the numbers from: 3 lives saved a year with a rotary versus 1.2 lives saved a year with a signalized intersection. Obviously, I think we can look at studies every day and find a different study to back up anything. I just see there's a need to save 1 life a year, and a lit intersection would do that.
Quick
Thank you.
follow-up, if I
Follow-up
could.
question.
And speed limits have been explored in that on both 111 and Elman Road?
Absolutely, and we are the town is open to working with the state on speed limits and the road design, and there's a number of options for them. Just as a bare minimum, the town and the people of the community and the surrounding property owners and the residents there want to see a signalized intersection at this intersection, and we're open to having conversations about raised medians, speed limits, the whole 9 yards to fix this intersection and make it safer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, please. Representative Faulkner.
So I'm trying to understand that the reason why you prefer a signalized intersection over a rotary or roundabout, that's what we call them these days, is the cost or the time to implement it. I mean, if DOT thinks that a roundabout is a better solution, it doesn't look from this photograph like there's much development around there. We're not really displacing businesses. Is it the idea of using of having to buy people's land that's the problem? What are the major drivers of this? Your position?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. There will be more development on the north side of Route 111. That's not seen in the map right now, but there's already been an approval for development there. I think in general, and talking on behalf of my constituents, we've had roundabouts put in other places within town. The usability of the roundabouts and the feasibility, especially when we have a 50-mile-per-hour road with 230 and 25-mile-per-hour roads, and the issue is when people are trying to get off of the side streets onto the main road. And I just don't see in reality, I don't see a roundabout aiding that process.
Okay. Follow-up, Representative.
Note that, the state has a lot of experience with the roundabouts in my corner of the state, southwestern corner of the state, so.
Thank you. Any further questions, Representative Sweeney? Yes, please.
Thank you.
Representative Melvin.
Could you tell me how far away the next stoplight is?
Yep, there's another stoplight, I believe, within a mile and a half, in both directions of this intersection. Those are all lit, so you're going in from two lit intersections to an unsignalized intersection, and that's where you have people they just drive fast in between the two lights.
Thank you.
Yes, please, Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. So just to be clear, on this map here, it's the people coming from Irma Road, trying to get out on 111, going in either direction, and for speed and everything else of the traveling on 111, things are happening.
Yes, yes, it is. And Irma Road has a residential neighborhood right behind the businesses. So there's approximately 1,500 residents that live off of Irma Road in various neighborhoods that need to utilize this intersection to get on or off 111. And it's when they're pulling either to the left or to the right where they're getting into the flow of traffic, and that's where the accidents are caused.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Bogert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had mentioned there's a development on the, one of the corners that have been approved and stuff. Would impact fees be used in helping to signalize that? Because that's actually gonna increase the traffic trips for that intersection?
I believe that's how we would use especially the public safety impact fees. And there's going to be more development in Salem and southern New Hampshire, the Wyndham, Derry, Salem line. There's a lot of development that's going on. When we had the presentation in town, they put up a photo of Route 111, and it looks a lot like a photo of Route 28 40 years ago in Salem, which is now the commercial core of the town. We expect outside of the wetlands that are near this property, near this intersection, that it's all going to be built out within the next 20 years. We want to get ahead of the build out.
Thank you. Yes, please, Representative Kaczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. In your research with the tragedies that have happened here, is it road design or human error that's caused these accidents?
I truly think it's the road design. Part of the issue is that Irma Road is really at a slanted 45-degree angle to Route 111. And so if you're at Irma Road and you're trying to turn left onto Route 111 to go towards exit 3, you almost have to do a 160 degree turn. And if you're in the blind spot or you don't see and you're pulling out there, I think that's when the motorcyclist was pulling out of Irma Road trying to go west on 111. And that's when the car hit them going through it. And it's depending on the time of day, if the sun is in your eyes, it's tough to see that motorcycle coming in. If there was a silver bullet to prevent traffic tragedies, I know your committee would support it 100%. There's no silver bullet. If we could develop one that would save all the lives and stop all the accidents, we would pursue that. And I would support that. But this is just a response to tragedies that have taken place. And I think we're open to talking about the angle of the road and the general design of it as well, in order to fix it to make it safer for people that are commuting and driving on the roads.
Thank you, Representative Newman. Any further questions? Representative Sweeney, I wanted to apologize for being a little tardy here. I want to welcome you to Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We don't have you all that often, but I just want you to help me understand this. So you've been having conversations with, and I'll get to my questions as I go. You've been having a conversation with DOT about this intersection since 2016. DOT looked at this intersection probably with participation of your town, and they came to a conclusion that the roundabout was the right option for this. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what they presented to us in December of 2023.
Okay, December of 2023. The town, unfortunately, has had tragedy there, deaths, so forth. I understand the passion of this. And then when this 10-year plan came out, there was conversations during the Gassett hearings that one of the other representatives had mentioned. But am I correct that your signalized intersection is not mentioned in the 10-year plan as a project?
Not currently, no.
Okay. That is all I have for you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you all for hearing me out and taking this bill under consideration, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you. Next, I would hear from, well, the next one is Ben Frost, please. New Hampshire Housing. You're on the next bill. Okay. Is anyone here for DOT on this one?
Yes, DOT.
Okay, 1262. Yes, okay. I apologize. Please, Bill Ogdenberg from Department of Transportation.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bill Oldenburg. I'm the Director of Project Development for the Department of Transportation. And I checked off opposed on this bill. We're not opposed to the project, we're opposed to the process. So there is a project in the 10-year plan for this intersection. It's currently under design. And by predetermining that a signal is to be installed, sort of predetermines and circumvents the whole process, from a public input process, from a permitting process, from a 10-year plan process. So the project in the 10-year plan is Salem 43790. It's currently under design by a consultant, VHB, and it is a municipally managed project, which the town of Salem is managing. So they are currently going through an alternatives analysis. One of the alternatives is a signalization of the intersection. The project is funded through Highway Safety Improvement Program, and currently in the schedule is planned for construction in March of 2025. The issue really for us is the predetermination that a signal is to be installed. So we go through an alternatives analysis of what are the possible options. I mean, that's required for permitting, for, federal permitting, state permitting, to determine that we just don't say we're going to install this. So that's part of our review, our design, and the process that we follow. The issue, I think, and why a roundabout was sort of highlighted as the solution, is the intersection, and it's been the reoccurring issue we have in previous conversations. The intersection doesn't warrant a traffic signal. As you know, through the design standards, the MUTCD, there are certain requirements for the installation of a signal, because a signal installation unto itself creates a hazard. So there will be crashes. There'll be different crashes by installing a signal. So what we're trying to do is make sure that the installation of the signal is warranted. And I think that is one of the issues. As was testified, there are alternative locations that people can go down Irma Road to North Main Street, and on the other side, there's connecting roads to the Haver Road signalized intersection just down the road, and then the Zachary Crossing intersection, both signalized. So traffic does that today, and I think you heard that testimony. Traffic goes to those signalized intersections to avoid this, and I think that traffic volume because the traffic volume is in there, it doesn't warrant a traffic signal. Putting up a traffic signal when it's not warranted, frankly, opens you up to liability. If you put it in and there's crashes that occur, and it was caused because of the signal, if somebody rear ends the queue, somebody runs a red light, and there's crashes, the first thing that they're going to do is look to see if the, any good lawyer is going to look to see if there's a signal warrant analysis done. And if it doesn't meet signal warrant analysis, the state would be liable. So I think that's some of our concern. The other concern is more technical. The effective date being 60 days after passage. We're assuming that that's when the design would start, and not the installation, because as we put in the fiscal note, if we put in a traffic signal, the road needs to be widened. It's one lane in each direction to store the traffic at the red light. The designers right now are calling for 2 lanes in each direction just to store the traffic at the red light like you see typically. That will require right-of-way acquisition. So we would have to acquire property from the abutters to be able to do that. That's a lengthy process. So if we started now, we're probably talking 2026 until we would have a project to design. Well, like I said, the current project is in 2025. So we don't see an advantage to creating a new project. And also the other thing is there's no funding associated with this project. So it's already in the 10-year plan, so there's funding associated with the existing project. This project, there's no funding. We assumed that it would be state funded, and in the fiscal note, we note that we don't have basically the $2 million to spend in betterment funds and state capital funds to do this. So that's another issue. So I will end that.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Faulkner?
Can you explain what the volume is on Irma Road? And do you have any information what percentage is left turns versus right turns versus through?
I do not.
I'm thinking that the safest intersection here would be to prohibit left turns and create the appropriate island to
That
enforce
is one of
that.
the options, to put a raised island across the intersection and make both sides right in, right out only. But
Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Bogert?
You indicated that this project is in the 10-year plan. Is that a project that incorporates a rotary?
nope, so all of our projects come in sort of benign. It's a safety improvement project. So it includes all options. So the consultant would look at any safety improvement that you could do at an intersection. Signal, roundabout, restricting turns, all those type of options are on board. So we would look at those. The statistics that were shown is we would do a benefit cost analysis. With these certain installations, we have historical information that say, if you install this, you're going to see this type of safety improvement. The number of lives saved, that type of information. So we do that typically on all our projects.
Thank you. Follow up?
So since there's several options on the table in the 10-year plan, and one of them would be a lighted intersection, at that point, if it's chosen to be a lighted intersection, then would that relieve the state of the responsibility? Because it would now become warranted, as you indicated earlier, it wasn't warranted. Would that make it warranted and okay to build a light?
No, the warrants are basically traffic volume created. So you have to have, so many left turns or right turns versus the through traffic. So it deals with the people's inability to get out and onto the main road, onto Route 11 in a timely manner. So those are all the warrants that are based. They're based on peak hour. They're based on, morning and evening commuting hours, based on, a bunch of various different scenarios. So.
Thank you. Representative Jack?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for appearing. You indicated one of the alternatives that would be analyzed is signalized intersection. I'm confused about if we know that the signal warrants aren't satisfied, is that as simple as, the signal warrants aren't satisfied, that alternative is ruled out?
Typically, yes, because if they're not warranted, we would be very hesitant to installing them because of the liability issue.
Thank you. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Oldenburg, thank you for testifying today. Representative Sweeney testified that the town of Salem is willing to take on the signalization at this intersection, which would consequently infers to me that they're willing to accept the liability that is involved as it relates to whether they choose to have a signal warrant analysis or not. So is it my inference that the DOT wants, if a light were to be put in there, that you want to retain ownership of that?
We would typically, I believe we own or maintain all of the signals on 111. So that's the first I've heard that the town's willing to take over the ownership. I don't believe we would be opposed to that. But that enters into a nuance that I'm not familiar with, and I think we would have to talk to the town of Salem so that they fully understand the responsibility and the liability they'd be taking over.
Follow up.
And then the follow-up, I'm trying to understand 7 years from a significant accident in 2016 to here we are in 2024, and we're still discussing about an improvement that both, at least again, how I'm inferring the testimony from yourself and from my colleague behind you, that is, for the lack of a better word, fraught with peril. So I'm trying to understand how a process can take 7 years, a collaborative process between DOT and the town of Salem takes 7 years to try and mitigate a nuisance intersection that creates certain nightmares for people trying to negotiate that intersection. Can you explain how DOT works processes as it relates to intersection mitigation?
That's a very complicated, but we have numerous intersections with the same type of crash history throughout the state. We typically review them. In the past, it was the state traffic engineer that would receive the complaint, have the issue raised. They would typically go through and do a signal warrant analysis because back at in those days, and even 7 years ago, a project like that would be run through the traffic bureau. So they would review it. They would do an analysis and see whether it met a signal warrant. A project that came through the 10-year plan would have to come through the regional planning commissions, and that way, so that then it falls into a priority, a regional priority. This project didn't meet that requirement, so it never came in the 10-year plan through our typical, regional planning commission. This came through as a safety project, working through our safety section. More or less a road safety audit review, which was done, I don't have the date, but I'm assuming since this project was funded and started several years ago, that it came in, probably 3 or 4 years ago into the process. It then gets added into our safety projects funded through HSIP. That is a much faster process, but not all projects do that, and it's basically because the intersection safety is, as you've heard, not stellar, and that sort of popped it to the top of the list from a highway safety improvement section. So that's how it became a project, and how it was funded.
Okay, thank you. Short follow-up?
Am I allowed to make a comment, or?
No, I would rather you don't.
Okay, I'll hold the comment. Nope.
Hold it for executive session.
I'll hold it for executive session. Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to comment, and in my 20 years, sitting in this room, I've seen very many projects of this same importance, unfortunately taking this long to make its way up to the top. Representative Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Is there open communication between your department and the town of Salem with this? I mean, are you guys really trying to work together to let them know why this is taking as long as it is? And is there any easy temporary fix to this problem?
I'll start with the communication. So I'm a little taken aback because, I mean, this is in the 10-year plan. We have an agreement with the town of Salem. They've hired VHB, one of our best safety consultants, to do this work. The information we have came from them and the work that they're doing, working with the town of Salem. So I'm not sure why there's a communication disruption, but this is a DOT funded project that is being run and managed by the town of Salem. So I apologize.
An easy fix or
Oh, the easy
temporary
fix.
easy fix?
If we could do an easy fix, we would do it. We sort of talked about one of the easiest fixes when this project came up is just closing the road off and making it right in, right out. But that, from a business standpoint, because there are businesses on the corner, that's sort of a no-go for a lot of that. So I think as an easy, no, there's not really an easy, we could go out tomorrow and do something.
Thank you. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taking my question. I'm assuming that you've been involved in quite a few roundabouts throughout the state. Would you have any kind of an estimate on the cost?
It would probably be a little bit more than the signalized intersection is. We valued it at or priced it out at about $1.6 million, based upon historical review. A roundabout, I would tend to think with the traffic volume on 111, it would have 2 lanes on 111, 1 lane on Irma Road, so it'd be a hybrid. Those are probably in the $2 million range. So it would be more expensive, but there's very little maintenance cost with a roundabout, and it does reduce crashes tremendously compared to a signal.
Thank you. Follow up.
Do you think that it would affect any businesses that might be going in that corner or be at that corner?
It could. So if we put in a signal, the sketches of the plans that we saw would be 5 lanes wide. Today it's 2. So or 3 lanes wide. So there's a widening associated with the signal. The roundabout at the intersection would probably be a little bit wider. Whether or not it would impact future development, in looking at the existing businesses, and they appear to be far enough off from the road to not be impacted. But any future business, I'm not sure that would go on the other sides. But.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Representative Faulkner.
Good question. Is this project eligible for federal funding, and is that at all in jeopardy if this does not meet signal warrants?
Highway safety improvement money is federal money, and if it doesn't meet signal warrants, I would believe we couldn't fund it with federal money because they wouldn't allow us to signalize it. I would also add that we would, I believe that the consultants, you wouldn't find a consultant that would design a signal if it didn't meet warrants. So they would back out, I would believe. I don't think their legal staff would allow them to do that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone that has spoken that wishes to speak a second time, or anyone that hasn't provided testimony would like to do it this time? Representative Sweeney.
I just want to quickly thank the DOT for presenting here. I want to make it very clear, this is not filed due to a lack of communication with DOT. They've been great partners in this project, reviewing the traffic analysis. This was filed to really just state the preference of the town of Salem for a signalized intersection, considering the traffic warrant and the analysis that we've been going through with DOT. But just to put at ease the committee, DOT has been responsive, communicative, has been working with the town on this. It's just our preference is the signalized intersection. So, but thank you.
Is it for a new piece of information, Representative Newton? Please.
Thank you for taking my question. Would the city be opposed to a roundabout there instead of a traffic light?
My sense of of the town council and the stakeholders and residents near the intersection that we've talked to, there is severe apprehension about a roundabout, and there's a preference towards a signalized intersection.
Thank you. Any further questions? Please, brief. Representative Bogert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the city be willing to accept the outcome of the public hearings? Because it sounds like there's still public hearings to be done on setting up the preference of the available alternatives that are set up for the intersection?
Absolutely. The town of Salem is going to work with DOT and our consultant on the signalized intersection. And just again, for the timeline for everyone, this bill was filed in November. The roundabout and other alternatives wasn't entered into the discussion until the December town council meeting for our knowledge point. To our end in November, when the bill was filed, the signalized intersection was the solution to the issue. We're obviously going to adhere to public concern and hearings.
Thank you. I just, if I could, while I have you
Yep.
here, we had a similar issue before this board or this committee a year or two ago on a Conway intersection where the town, through the process, wanted to make a change. So I just want you to know that we have heard this subject before. It didn't end the way that town wanted, but we have heard this. So just for your information.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate everything you're balancing here on this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
your entry. And do we have any signatures on the blue sheets? Representative Newman. Sort of like the Academy Awards, what do we have here? It's the air of all seeing. We only have one signed in, and it's a gentleman bill from the department opposed. With that, we will call to a close the hearing for 1262 FN, and I would use my gavel if it was here. It's on the fourth floor. Thank you for your time. Yeah, was our gavel still there?
No, I didn't find the gavel. I was
Oh, blue sheet. Yeah. Time being 10:45, I'd like to open up the public hearing for House Bill 1202 FN. I will, relative to the issuance of permits for the alteration of driveways existing on two public ways. I would like to recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Joe Alexander. Please come forward and welcome to Public Works and Highways.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable colleagues, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent Hillsborough District 29, which is the town of Goffstown. You may know or not know that there was a very special committee created at the beginning of last year relative to housing, and the speaker appointed me as chair. The committee consisted of 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats, and the mission that we had was to find reasonable solutions to the housing crisis affecting our state. So with that, this is one of the bills that has resulted from the committee, and it came to Public Works and Highways because this has to do a lot with Public Works and Highways. So with further ado, in the special committee specifically, we entertain listening to developers, property owners, planning board members, realtors, I mean, the whole gambit. Like when you talk about the housing crisis, it really was everybody, landlords, tenants rights groups, everybody. And one of the things that came about it was the idea that a lot of state permitting takes longer than in some ways people would anticipate it should take. So special committee, we heard from developers and homeowners alike that when a developer makes an application for a permit to DOT, it takes some cases 6 months or so to sign off on the permit. So this bill would put a reasonable timeline in place of 30 days for most cases and 45 days as defined under Section 3 of the bill. So Section 3 would be the commercial, industrial, enterprise, or subdivision. So DOT considers any roadway that intersects with a highway as a driveway. So municipalities also have to deal with this sort of thing when a municipality tries to put a road intersecting with a state highway. So that's also what would apply under this bill. So there's 3 reasons why you should really vote for this bill. It incentivizes DOT to work more collaboratively together with applicants who include the developers, property owners, municipalities, and you would support property rights by ensuring that there are reasonable timelines in place to move forward with projects. And you'd be moving the ball in the right direction on the housing crisis. I think putting reasonable timelines on the department to issue permits, they issue about 1,100 permits a year. I think that that is completely reasonable to go within a 30-day timeline. You'll hear from the commissioner who probably will, or someone from the department who will probably outline the process a little bit more. But I believe even with the ebbs and flows of the permitting process, I believe that this is a completely reasonable bill that will help give a more concrete timeline for people that apply for driveway permitting. That could be people, towns, developers, etc. So I also have, excuse me, I passed around an amendment that removes the planning board from this timeline process defined in the bill. So this amendment is supported by NHMA, who I've also circulated their letter. It would basically only apply to DOT. But you'll find in most cases, municipalities don't take nearly as long to sign off on permits. But with that, I'm happy to take questions about housing process, that kind of thing. But I think you should support the bill. Thank you. With the amendment.
Yes, Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Alexander, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Turning to what I guess would be page 1 of your bill, section 2, lines 10 and 11, we have 30 days and we have within 45 days. And my notation is 30 days of what? Or 45 days of what? And my question would be, we talking the application?
Yeah, so it's it says on line 7, a written construction permit application must be, so from what I read, it must be obtained and filed by the department. So once that's filed, I believe the 30-day window starts then. So the 30 days has to do with most permits, and then the 45, it goes to commercial, industrial, enterprise, or subdivision.
Okay, so I follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So I agree with you. Do we want to consider clarifying that down below, or are you comfortable with line 7 provides the amplification necessary to magnify the 30 days and the 45 days?
I believe it's pretty straightforward. I believe there's only one member other than me of the Special Committee on Housing. Representative McConkey was on the committee as well when we actually looked at specifically at this language last year before we introduced it as a bill. And I'm pretty confident that this language makes it pretty clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further question, Representative Faulkner, please.
So my understanding is that the department won't look at an application until after the project's been through site plan review and has received a sign off on the final design, because that might change during the site plan review process. Is there a minimum time? I mean, if the information is not complete and somebody submits an application early, should the department be able to hold off until the design is finalized by the site plan review process?
That's a great question. Thank you, Representative. I read written construction permit as a completed written construction permit. So I believe that wouldn't apply until the application is entirely completed and the process has gone through. And then you'll find, there's language in this bill that allows the opportunity for a negotiating process between a permitter and DOT to make sure that there's a reasonable timeline. If they can't meet the 30 days, DOT can go to the developer and say, we can't meet this 30-day. Can you give us X amount more time? And they would award that time, hopefully.
Thank you. Further questions? President Mills, do you have something? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Abbott, thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. As I recall, when we considered a similar bill before, there was a question raised about what if there is a change in the development? Does that provide a window for the transportation DOT?
So I'm going to defer the question because I'm not entirely sure of that. So I'm going to pass that on.
Thank you. Further question? For the representative, it was a pleasure, of course, serving on that committee, and I know the governor and other departments are anxious to speed along the process, especially with housing for the state. But I want to bring the conversation back to the issuing of driveway permits, and I had brought this point up before. Your location and where you are in the state can be a factor on how quick permits are provided. I live in a northern section, and permits happen in a regular, timely basis. There are some areas that are south of me and west of me that it just seems to take longer every time to do that. I'm not disparaging DOT officials or whatever, but the issue that was brought forward by a lot of the developers in trying to bring big projects forward is that time even elapses and makes it extremely more difficult. So am I correct in my assumption of what I heard during those public hearings?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that was what I understand the conversation to be about as well, is that there's a discrepancy on different parts of the state and the timeline it takes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. I tried to jump you into last hearing. Ben Frost, would you please come forward, New Hampshire Housing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, committee members. My name is Ben Frost. I'm the Deputy Executive Director and Chief Legal Officer at New Hampshire Housing. We're not normally before this committee, so I'll just give you 2 seconds of who we are and what we do. We're not a state agency. We are a public instrumentality of the state created by the legislature in 1981 for the purpose of doing, among other things, financing the development and long-term asset management of multifamily housing, rental housing, and that's something we do on an annual basis all over the state. So we don't build We don't own the housing, but we finance it. And as a financing entity, we recognize that for developers, and I would say in particular for developers of affordable housing, time really is money. For affordable housing developers, it's money that they cannot pass on to the end user, the renters, because the rents are controlled, their profit is controlled. So it's something that they absorb, the cost of delays. So whenever there is a delay from any source, that is costly for developers of all types of housing, but in particular for affordable housing. For that reason, we are in support of House Bill 1202 and thank Representative Alexander for introducing it. I'll note a couple things, and Representative Alexander did talk about the ability of the department to negotiate with applicants. There's also the opportunity for the department to say no. If an application is incomplete and they're coming up against the 30 or 45-day deadline, they can say, no, we're denying this application. It is incomplete. And that's really, the onus is on the applicant to present complete and final information to the department, and then for the department to be able to review that. I recognize that 30 and 45 days it's a number. Is that the right number? I don't know exactly, but I think that for applicants to public agencies to have some reasonable idea of how long something is going to take is not an unreasonable request. And I think that that's incumbent upon any public agency. With regard to the amendment, and I'm speaking to Amendment 0470H, this is designed to align with existing permit deadlines that planning boards already deal with. So if you look at the planning and zoning statutes, planning boards are required, once they accept jurisdiction of an application, they are required to come to a final decision on subdivision or site plan applications within 65 days. That is a statutory time frame. So this is a time frame that is very familiar to local planning boards, and by extension, if they're delegating that responsibility to, say, a local DPW, then the time would also apply there. I'd be happy to take any questions, but again, we support this bill with the amendment.
Any questions? Yes, please, Representative Boer.
So if it could take up to 65 days to get a completed application through the planning board, at that point, they would apply for a permit, and then their 30 or 45 day, whichever is applicable, would then start because you now have signed off prints?
Thank you for the question, and let me clarify this. The DOT's role is for access permits on state highways. Municipal action on driveway permits is only on municipal highways, that is Class 5 and Class 6 highways. So those are two separate processes. On state highways, DOT has jurisdiction. On town highways, the town has jurisdiction. The planning board has jurisdiction by statute. So there would be no additional process. On a town highway, once the town grants the access permit, the property owner has the permit.
Follow-up, please.
As for a state highway, then would it be different?
Great question, Representative. The section, and I'm talking about the bill as introduced, page 2, lines 18 through 30. That is the local process, and that is different from the planning board role with site plan and subdivision review. So typically, let's say you have a development that's on a state highway. The property owner knows, the developer knows that they're going to have to go to DOT at some point to get an access permit. But they're not going to do that until they know what it is the planning board is approving, because the planning board may say, no, we want your driveway over there, even though the department may disagree. And ultimately, it is up to the department to say where those things go. And that might be some matter of negotiation that involves the developer and the town and the department. So that can take some time. If let's say, and this came up in an earlier question, let's say a planning board approves a site plan for a commercial development or for a residential development, and it has a driveway shown on the approved site plan. The applicant, the property owner, then the developer then goes to the department for a driveway permit, and the department says, no, we can't put it there for these reasons. It has to go here. Then it's up to the property owner, the developer, to go back to the planning board and get an amendment to that approval. Typically speaking, that's a fairly common process, but it does oftentimes say the planning board will give an approval subject to the department's issuance of an access permit. And so they may come back at some later point with the changes made by the department.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Tom, is it DeRose? I'm sorry. Housing Action, New Hampshire.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Tom DeRosa. I serve as the Engagement and Communications Manager for Housing Action New Hampshire. We're here in support of this bill before you. Had a chance to review the amendment. We support the amendment as well. As Mr. Frost just stated, let me back up. Housing Action New Hampshire, we are a member organization. We have over 80 members that's made up of nonprofit, for-profit developers, housing financiers, service providers, children and family advocates. And so we have a common goal of coming together and ensuring that we can work to improve state and federal policy so that everybody has a place to call home. So with that, and with this bill brought forward by Representative Alexander from the Special Committee on Housing, we would support this because, as Mr. Frost stated, it's not our members, any delay cannot necessarily easily absorb those costs. So if we can see this as a way of getting more units online and getting more people housed, we are in support of it. I'd be happy to attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Rose? Thank you for attending. I would like to call Department of Transportation, Michael Sabatis. And I apologize, sir. Welcome to Public Works and Highways once again.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. Just for the record, my name is Mike Servetus. I am the Director of Operations for the Hampshire Department of Transportation, and thank you for taking my testimony regarding this bill. The department is committed to providing customer service and processing driveway applications as efficiently and as timely as possible. However, timeliness of the application is really not entirely upon the department's control. A lot of the control is really with the applicant to provide the completeness of the documentation, which is outlined in the driveway policy. The department processes approximately 1,100 driveway permits annually, and the number of major entrance permits, which would include subdivisions, is somewhere between 2 to 7% of that annual number. The department approves more than 85% of their requests in under 60 days. The ones that take longer are generally the larger projects, which require traffic impact studies or some kind of mitigation work, which needs to be done when approved before the construction approval can be given. The department must oppose HB 1202, which in our opinion does not provide the department or the applicant sufficient time to work through the numerous steps in the design review process. Our belief that while the existing process may in some cases take more time and resources than the applicant wants, the time is justified to protect the safety, mobility, and the investment the state has made in the transportation system. RSA 236.13 requires written construction permit to be obtained by the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation prior to any construction or alteration in the public way. The goal is to provide a safe and efficient operating environment for everybody that uses the state transportation system. In order to define the uniform application for review and process throughout the state, the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation issued declaratory ruling number 2000-1 back in March 2000. This is the policy for the permitting of driveways and other accesses to the state highway, which is known as the driveway the driveway manual. Copies of this can be found on DOT website, along with other information such as the permit and how to fill out the permit. Section 1 of this manual basically outlines the purpose, providing uniform procedures throughout the state for the processing and issuance of a driveway permit application in accordance with the following. Promote the safety and protection of the traveling public through orderly control of traffic movement. Minimize conflict points. Verify appropriate site distance on Class 1 and 2 state highways. Maintain serviceability on effective highways. Monitor design and construction of driveways and maintenance of RSA 236-13 rules. Said another way, the purpose of the driveway policy is to protect the state's investment in our transportation system by providing access that will not only erode the safety and efficiency of the existing transportation system within the requirements of the law and current engineering standards. Basically, safety and corridor management is critical in providing a safe and efficient transportation system to move people, movement, and goods. Unfortunately, all driveways and access points create safety and mobility issues. Number one, driveways introduce conflict points which degrade safety, mobility, and serviceability of the road for through traffic. Second, speed differentials and turning movements are increased, which also increases the potential for crashes. In order to promote the safety and mobility, what we try to do is restrict the number and location of these conflict points. It was known, or we've noted that applications for single-family residents and small traffic generators make up by far the largest group of applications we get. These applications are normally processed just through the information provided on the forms and with the supplemental information, which is basically demonstrating the history of the parcel since 1971, which provides, through relevant deeds, and then taking a look at the safe site distance at the proposed location. These are normally processed in less than 30 days, and unless there's an issue with the process to which the parcel was made, or some locations they cannot achieve the safe site distance of 400 feet in either direction. Application reviews for subdivisions and commercial businesses, which include residential subdivisions, are more complex. They're covered in Section 6, and they're essentially a few more areas that need to be included within that application. Basically, you're going to get 6 major milestones, which are going to require engineering and design leading up to the construction approval. The first one, the major step, is submission of that application. The second is setting up a scoping meeting. Scoping meetings are held with stakeholders, and basically to identify issues in the transportation network in the vicinity of that proposed development. Stakeholders include the Department of Transportation, the Highway Maintenance District, Traffic Bureau, and Highway Design. It also includes the applicant, the municipality, and planning agencies in the area. We do encourage municipalities to attend these scoping meetings because we don't like to wait until the end to coordinate with the municipalities, because what can happen, which was discussed, is they go ahead and they approve a development with an access point. That is, after that is approved, is the first time we see an application come in, and it's in an area that either doesn't meet site distance. It may require off-site improvements that impact other private land that they cannot get easements to, at which point they can't do the mitigation. So we prefer to be brought in or discuss these issues and siting locations early in the process, not at the end. There's a stage where you get the traffic impact study. Part of the scoping meeting is to define the formal requirements of the traffic impact study. traffic impact study basically will go through, and this is generally where they hire a traffic engineer to determine what the trip generation is going to be, how those trips are assigned throughout the study area network. They take a look at the operability. Does the additional traffic degrade any of the intersection operations? Is it going to have an impact of the safety on any of the areas that they find, or is there a known safety impact already in that area that this might aggravate? And it also will take a look at ways of mitigating any of those impacts. Once the next big step is once the department agrees with the findings and the modeling of that traffic study, is they really move on to that mitigation stage. Is what is it, if anything, that the development needs to do to mitigate their traffic impacts on the state system? Once these traffic impacts could be something like just putting out signing, could be adding a roundabout, could be looking at a traffic signal, could be minor impacts, widening of shoulders, or it could be adding auxiliary lanes. You know, the larger the development, usually the larger the impact they have, and that's where we start getting into some of these mitigation plans can be quite extensive. And again, we view that any kind of construction on the state highway system really needs to conform to the state's standards and design practices, because ultimately it becomes part of the state infrastructure. Once there's an agreement on the 30% plan, what is the required mitigation? The applicant then generates 30% design plans, and these document what is going to be required to support that development from within the state right-of-way system. At this point, the department is looking at allowing or issuing a conditional approval, similar to what local improvements can do or local authorities can do. But it's not a construction approval, but it does basically say the department is in agreement with what is going to be provided or constructed out there. And once all the plans, easements, permits, and bonding is set up, they will be issued the construction permit. It's understood that, you know, these larger projects can take significant amount of time. It takes a lot of engineering time to prepare the plans and the studies. It takes a lot of time for the department or through their consultants to review them. Probably, and we're probably not telling anything new, but you know, our number of applications has increased 40% over the last 5 years. In that same time frame, we've lost 25% of our engineering staff. This has really changed our process, that we are relying a lot more on the consultant community to do our reviews and that kind of turnaround. The consultant community isn't doing a lot better than we are on folks, on engineering staff. So that has not exactly changed the amount of time it is taking to process these. In addition, when you send these out to the consultants, you still need to have an internal review to get consistency. Because what we don't want to do is send out plans in one section of the state using one consultant that has a different viewpoint than another. So what we try to do is come up with some kind of consistency in our reviews. The other part is we have reviews by highway, we have review by the traffic division, and we'll have review by maintenance. Before we submit comments back to an applicant or an engineer, we want to make sure that we give them one direction on that, because we may have multiple ideas on what should be done. So these all take time. Let's see. I will say that we have been engaged for some time and on trying to come up with ways to speed along and make the process more transparent. Over the last year, we have been engaged with working on the state permit tracking system. This is an initiative that's trying to get all the state permits to be in one location. Our choice to really start the system for the DOT was the driveway permit. That is the most important permit that we want to try to get a handle and move along. So we are making slow progress, but the idea is to find a system where it's easier to transmit and receive information from the applicants, the engineers, and also make it more transparent where the process is. Who's got the review? Who's got the ball at that time? That becomes a big issue. I guess in conclusion, because I'm probably taking up too much time as it is, the department understands there may be times when the applicants feel that we're taking too much time on this. However, the department sees its role is really protecting the safety and mobility for the public and the investment that the state has been making in its transportation system. The review process really focuses on three things. Number one, the nature and traffic demand generated by a development seeking access to the state highway. Number two, the impact that development will have on the existing state highway system. Number three, how do we mitigate any adverse impacts? While not perfect, the department is working hard to review the driveway permit application as quickly as possible. Admittedly, with limited people, this is a difficult task, but we are looking for other alternatives, to speed the process along. Unfortunately, some of our emergency responses to storm and infrastructure failures are also done by the same people who do the permitting reviews, so that tends to slow us down a bit. We look for cooperation and willingness together with the developers engineers, and the department to come up with a way to make the process quicker and more efficient. The department does not believe that the public would be served better by putting in or instituting strict time limits, because I think what you're going to find is there's going to be a lot more denials, and that's ultimately going to slow the process down. And then we did put in there that as a part of the fiscal note, if we were going to try to come up and hit those or meet some of those timelines, what the cost would be. Unfortunately, I think even if funded, we could, I don't think we could fill the positions. Just looking at the last 3 years of trying to fill positions we currently have. So, again, that's kind of our testimony, and I'll be happy to answer anybody's questions.
Thank you. If the committee would indulge me, I'd like to start here. So 40% increase in permitting, staffing being down 25%. Every department in the state uses that exact same figure, where your Department of Environmental Services,
Yep.
subsurface, wetlands, everything else. Everyone else, consultants, everybody else is operating on that. Would you believe, and then I'll continue on, Department of Environmental Services, I'm going to say 20 years ago, if you were to submit an individual application for a septic disposal system or a septic system, that they had on the books that they had 30 days to approve or disapprove an application. The department, for some reason, when there was no issue with number of personnel, would sit on them for 30 days, issue a letter that it was incomplete, and then people would go back in a cycle. It was holding up individual homeowners consistently. It was a problem that was addressed. And Department of Environmental Services, you had mentioned some things about trying to get these things online. They led the cause on these things. Their turnaround time is 2 days. Now, building a septic system is not building a highway or trying to figure out how to get it off. I don't mean to make that correlation. But sometimes when a time frame is put in place, as my father would say, it would get my fanny moving. So And I have nothing but the respect for your department. I need to say that. Perhaps, and this would be a question for the sponsor, and maybe I could have the sponsor address this after. If I look at the LSR and I get down to line 20 of the first page under section 3, for access of a proposed commercial industrial enterprise or a subdivision. Let's say I was to adopt the position of the department that this is too broad for this amount of time with the amount of personnel I had. I'm wondering if you have some idea how many of the applications, or could get back to myself or the sponsor, how many of these applications are for housing developments or a multi-use development, which would have possibly some commercial with a lot of apartments and so forth on it. And for my argument of sake, it would be a subdivision that would have over 70% component of housing to it. If this were, and I know you can't answer this right now, or maybe you could offer an opinion, if there was a section of this that asked the department to be under this time frame for this specific item, I'm assuming this isn't a huge amount, but when I look at the charge that the speaker gave to the special task force, the governor's position on this, and if the governor were to weigh in, would that make this process any easier for the department?
That's a good question, and I think what you're, if I can kind of paraphrase it, what you're asking is if we separate out residential subdivisions from other larger generators, and, you know, looking at the traffic generation for residential, it's not quite as, on the peak hours, it's lower. We don't generally see as much mitigation, so that may move things quicker. So that it would be a help, and I think that'd be worth exploring better. I think that would be a better fit when you cast that bigger net that really causes some consternation. So, and I can get back with you and take a look at as far as the housing over the last year or so.
Thank you, sir. Questions, Representative Faulkner.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Following up on the Chairman's question, he gave the example of subsurface discharge permits. And DES, my understanding is, for many classes of these permits, they basically take the findings of or the design of a licensed subsurface disposal consultant and issue a permit almost automatically. Is there a parallel here? I mean, can you trust or accept the designs of licensed civil engineers on these projects? You know, if they meet your standards instead of having to redo or review every single project at that level of detail?
Thank you for the question. You know, we do require the designs to be done by professionals, and as a PE, you can only work within your area of expertise. We do rely more on, you know, whether it's a traffic engineer that has that expertise, particularly a PTOE, or the designers, but we still need to review them to meet our standards. There is a difference. A lot of the engineers are used to more working, you know, outside of the state right of way, where there's a little more leeway. We tend to focus a little harder because if there's a problem, it's the state that has to fix it. You know, we're the ones that have to maintain it. We're a lot more particular in how things are built because of that, because there's a public investment into it. Yes, we do rely more on the engineers and what they bring up. But as with most things, there's a lot of discussion and debate, particularly when you get into trip generation. You know, we try to make that or the engineering community tries to make that fairly straightforward, but there's always a bit of a debate. So, again, I think we're moving those things faster through there, but there's always going to be some a review component to that.
Representative Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for appearing. I still have my copy of the driveway policy from the last time someone brought a hard deadline bill. It seems like the process for a complex development is just plain going to take longer than 30 or 45 days. Is there a number that the department would be willing to commit to, or is that just not a thing that could happen?
Thank you for the question. We've been kind of trying to work on that. It's I guess the traffic world is really related in very well to the real estate world. It's really the location that dictates. You know, you can have a smaller generator on a road that has 12,000 vehicles a day. Being as critical for us to look at is you've got a generator of 600 vehicles, but it's on a road that only has 500 vehicles a day. It's really that location that we have to take a look at. We've been trying to figure out a way to, I guess, categorize things similar to looking at maybe do we separate out the residentials, is looking at traffic generators and not only looking at the number that they generate, but that trip end generation, but also recognizing what's the volume of traffic on the road and somehow better equating what our requirements are to that. What we've looked at in a few places is taking a look at, if it's not a large generator, is maybe just documenting the traffic through a memo so that we know, okay, we're going to approve a 5-seat restaurant and somebody doesn't open up a Dunkin' Donuts on it, which is completely different. So unfortunately, the only way we have currently to do that is going through the full traffic impact study and going through it. But those are some of the areas we're trying to come up with that can maybe speed the process over.
Thank you. Yes, please. Representative Juris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently in the review of the driveway permits, especially for the housing, is there overtime for some of with your engineering staff and any other technical staff, for instance, maybe on, I hate to suggest, but Saturday or something, or after hours during the week to help review? And in addition, do you have civil engineering or other engineering interns from local universities that work for the department as well, who could maybe pitch in this effort in the review process?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, pretty much, I hate to say it, in the legislative building, but overtime is pretty much, if they're willing, we're willing to move them along. Being down so many people, that's not impacting our budget so much. So we are willing to entertain any of them. Intern-wise, we have been able to start grabbing more interns. We are trying to get as many as we can. They don't fill quite the area for the reviews, but what we can backfill, because again, one of our problems are we don't have dedicated people that are going to do the traffic or highway reviews right now. With being down that, we have to steal somebody who is probably working on a federal project. So that's kind of when they find. So what we can try to do is get the interns to maybe take some of their work, some of the I hate this word, the grunt work, cross sections or something like that, but then to maybe free up some time for the more senior people to backfill us. But right now, our biggest opportunity is we've been trying to lean on the consulting engineers. Unfortunately, like I said, they're feeling the pinch with getting engineers as well.
Thank you. Further question, Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Cervez, thank you very much for your testimony. You had indicated in your conclusion that, and please correct me if I'm misquoting you, that you focus on traffic demand, impacts and mitigation when looking at driveway permits. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much, yes.
Okay. Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
The issue that I'm struggling with is that you're adding a duplicative process that's already done at the local level. And having sat on my local planning board for close to 10 years, we address those same very issues when assessing a piece of property, whether it be multifamily use to Merrimack Premium Outlets, which I know you're probably very familiar with. My community has run the gamut. So my question is, with your processes, how many times, or let me rephrase this, what is the percentage where the state has stepped in and has undercut local jurisdiction on these particular decisions, and you've sent the applicant back to a particular municipality to review the issue?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. This is the reason why we try to get involved early. You know, we work hard to stay out of the realm of outside the right of way. That's the jurisdiction of the towns. We try to stay out. What we try to focus in on is, okay, if that particular development generates so much traffic, we need to take a look at what that impact is just within the roadway system, and that's where we look at the mitigation. We would prefer to have that discussion with the towns where we can, which we, you know, what we ultimately strive for. But, you know, realistically, we just basically, you know, we don't try to dictate what they can build on that property. It's once that's decided on and what that traffic's generated, that's when we look at it, is what happens when that traffic gets out on to the state highway system.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in that particular aspect, is there any particular prohibition rule with DOT that would prevent any applicant coming to a municipality that's going to need a driveway, basically a curb cut, that it's going to need a curb cut permit, to utilize the scoping meeting in advance to begin the process sooner than later, so that based on my colleague's proposed rule, that the i's are dotted, the t's are crossed, the eggs are in one basket, and that the 30-day to 45-day rule might actually make sense if applicants in a particular community that rely upon a state roadway can utilize the scoping meeting to their advantage.
Yeah, but we would encourage them to come, you know, as many people to come to that scoping meeting just to set that stage up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. How many people are on your engineering staff right now?
I have to get back to you on that one. Are you talking within operations, or are you talking state DOT wide?
I'm just looking for the number when you had said that you've got 25% loss of your engineering staff. I'm looking like, how many people are we talking?
I can get back to you. Oh, there's still left? I'll have to get back to you on that number, because what we look at is the number up in project development, which that would be Bill Oldenburg, who was here before. He's on that side. On mine, I can tell you that our engineer, we were without a assistant district engineer in District 5, which was out of Bow, does the South Center. We were out with him for 6 months. They've been out without a engineer that does our it's an access and utilities engineer. He does the driveway permits. We've been with that fiction. We just filled after 2 years. The guy that does the field reviews, that position's been vacant for a year. That's just in one district. So engineering wise, I would say we in operations are probably around 30% short. Upstairs, I'll have to get the numbers for you. So
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes. Thank you. If you have to go to a consultant to take care of work, are they paid the same as your regular people?
No, they're paid under the consultant, their fees. So they, whatever the consulting, they put in for a statewide contract. We have several engineering contracts throughout the department. Operations, we hadn't had them till, I think about 2 years ago was the first time we started getting those because we needed people. These are put out through project development, but that they set their fee structure going through the contract. So no, we pay them at their rates.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Further questions? Representative Bogert.
Two-part question. How long would you say a traffic study would take is one part of the question. And number two, if a local planning board has made the requirement of a traffic study, does the state accept that traffic study so that it doesn't have to duplicate the same study again?
Thank you for the question. Traffic study, try to think back. Probably, well, you've got to get, time of year is tough. If right now to go out and count traffic is a little difficult because, you've got to get in between storms. You don't have really good data. If particularly, let's say you're doing a project on Route 1 down in Hampton, you're not getting the same type, but we can equate that kind of time. So, generally I think most engineering firms could, if they focused on it, right, within a couple weeks, you could generate it. Again, that's putting them in between whatever and what size. That's a big one. In New Hampshire, we generally look at looking at operations, the driveway, and potentially if they're close by the intersection either side. So it's not a lot of generating work or evaluation work, but that's I hate to speak for other engineering firms, but just going back in my past, that's probably the best I could do is come up with about 3 to 4 weeks. Can we take from a planning board? Yes. I mean, we would take a look at it because they may be looking at it from a little bit different point of view than us. But again, if we could meet at the scoping study before or while they're going through the planning board process and come up with one study that meets most needs, yeah, I would highly encourage that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to bring forward Jason Sock, New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. Welcome to Public Works.
Thank you. I hadn't planned on speaking specifically on this bill. I did sign in support of it. For the record, Jason Stock, New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. I think I was here last week talking driveways, Class 6 roads. We have forestry operations. There are about 2,000 to 3,000 timber harvests that occur across the state every year. Some of those the access point is off a state road. And when our policy committee saw this bill, they endorsed it because what we're seeing and what we're observing is inconsistency in getting a driveway permit. And it can vary from districts, and I think what you had heard from probably the prior speaker, that may be due to staffing, things of that nature. But if you're planning a timber harvest, particularly at sensitive times of the year, such as now, when you have weather changing, and you're trying to plan and say, all right, I've got to get my crews ready to go. What's my timetable look like? If you have a permit, or if you're waiting on a driveway permit that can take, and it's a big question mark. I spoke to a couple contractors. It's been 2 months since they've heard anything or seen anything. It gets disruptive. So whether the number is 30, 45, some certainty is really beneficial because that provides some planning. We get their temporary permits for timber harvesting, and it's a specific document, and we appreciate that. Many times you're entering off of an area that you used 15 years ago, 10 years ago. Design's pretty much the same. Logging trucks haven't evolved a whole lot in the last 10 to 15 years. And so what when I spoke to DOT about this issue last fall, we were kind of anxious and excited to hear that there might be a online permitting process where I say I'm a forester and I did a timber sale off of Route 16. Here was the road here's the access road. I could just basically either reference that, submit it, and almost have an online process unless something has changed. But we haven't, again, we're waiting to hear on that. I think you'd heard there is some effort going on within the department to try and at least create a transparency on a timetable. But right now, the situation that we're facing and we're wrangling with is this, uncertainty. You file an application and it kind of goes into a black box. And when they call the engineer, they'll say, I'll get to it when I get to it. All right. I've got a half dozen guys that want to get out and move on to that job. What do I tell them? So again, I'm happy to work with the committee if there's efforts to look at this bill, look at this concept and say, all right, this isn't the construction of a large Merrimack shopping center. This is an access. It's an access that's been used in the past. We're going to do the exact same thing. Maybe you kind of create some criteria and some categories, but happy to work with the department, with you folks on that. Again, I just wanted to raise that because sitting here in the audience, all I'm hearing about is single-family homes, shopping centers, Dunkin' Donuts. Well, there's another world out there, and that's timber cutting. Some of that does access state roads. We are subject to driveway permits. And I think the permits generally work, but they don't always work in terms of timing. And so in as much as we can provide some certainty, that would be appreciated. I'm not an expert on this. There are others that are. I'm happy to try and answer any questions, and I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Stock? Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that is all the pink cards I have. If we could get the blue sheet sent forward, are there any, the sponsor or anyone that's testified would like an opportunity to speak a second time? Would the sponsor take a question from the chair?
Absolutely.
Representative, I had asked a question of the department if the scope of this LSR were to be restricted a little more than it is right now. And it seemed in just a global view that might make a difference. I'm wondering if we might expect after this is an early bill for us that we need to get out. I don't need to get it out today. I'm wondering if the sponsor may consider a change. You don't need to commit to anything, but I would just like to have some direction that might be something we could talk about other than interim study.
Yes. So short answer, thank you for the question. The answer is yes. I think that the reason this bill was filed was to deal with maybe perhaps some of these larger subdivisions not being approved at a reasonable time. So if DOT can get back to us with the data in a reasonable time, then we can kind of look at that. I'm certainly open to it, but again, this is now the committee's bill. So I'm happy to defer to the committee if they prefer.
Thank you. Representative Bogert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the default happens and the permit is forced to be issued, and then turns up there's a design flaw, and an accident happens and legal ramification happens, who is the state on the hook for that? Is the local municipality on the hook for that? Who's on the hook?
Thank you for the question. There's language in here saying that DOT is allowed to say that they haven't had reasonable time to look at this permit yet. So I believe that in that case, they wouldn't be held responsible because they've said they haven't had time to look into it.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. Anyone else wish to testify? I have a blue card, seeing none. I have our sign-up sheet here. Gary Abbott from the Associated General Contractors, welcome, signs in support. And Jason Stock, we have heard from, signs in support. I will end House Bill session, or House Bill 1202 FN. Thank you, one and all. Committee, our next hearing is at 1:15, House Bill 1468. I believe we're going to have a bit of a audience, so if everyone can be back and in seats for 1:15, I would appreciate that. We're in recess till then. Happy to take any questions, comments in between. Otherwise, we will see you back in your seats for 1:15.
Okay, the time being 1:15, I will now open the public hearing on House Bill 1468, and I will call upon the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Jonathan Smith, to open it up. Thank you for coming to Public Works and Highways today, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, fellow representatives. I just want to open up with, I have a committee, actually, I passed a package out, a manila folder to everybody, which has broad community support and testimony from economic councils, snowmobile clubs, municipal boards, et cetera. And I also have a small explanation of the rail bed that we are discussing within this package.
Okay. On behalf of the committee representative, I appreciate this folder. Will help us a lot.
Thank
Please
you.
continue.
Thank you. So upon introduction of this bill, there's been some changes in the idea because a master plan would not really work. So I have an amendment that everyone has in front of them. It's amendment number 0530H. It replaces the bill in entirety, and I would respectfully ask that the committee would consider it.
Okay. And just to be sure, see, I don't mean to interrupt. Everybody have a copy of this amendment, right, that he just said? All right. Okay. Please continue.
It was placed on top of the manila
Okay,
envelope.
good. All right.
Sure.
Thank you.
So if the chairman will indulge me, I have a 1 minute read. I would just like to read just about the background of where we got here.
Absolutely. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So my name is Jonathan Smith. I represent the great people of Ossipee in Carroll County District 5. I am also the chairman of the Board of Selectmen. The bill before you is an extremely important step in bringing progress to the town of Ossipee. The rail bed, also known as the Conway Branch or Corridor 19 to the snowmobile community, is a gigantic asset that traverses the town. I, as both a representative and selectman, have been working with an organization called FORT, Friends of Ossipee Rail Trail, whose purpose is to revitalize and enhance the quality of life for Ossipee residents and the surrounding towns by bringing outdoor recreation via a recreational rail trail. FORT has been stonewalled by the state for many years while attempting to improve and enhance the rail corridor. Their request to utilize the rail bed and explore new opportunities have fallen on deaf ears. After years of frustration, I had an inspiration literally from a dream. The night before the LSR filing period deadline ended, that I forced DOT to do something via rail bed legislation. So the bill before you with the amendment, I respectfully ask that you replace the original bill with the amendment, and I ask you to OTP it. And I will take any questions going
Okay.
forward.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Questions of Representative Smith from the committee? Questions of Representative Smith? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Representative.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, I will call upon Mr. Chris Elliott from Center Ossipee, who represents the FORT and OEDC in favor of the bill. Welcome to Public Works and Highways, Mr. Elliott.
Well, thank you. This is my first experience down here, so I'm learning something, and it's great to see all of you. I've been involved with Center Ossipee for almost 30 years, and it's a great opportunity for me to be here. Again, my name is Chris Elliott. I am co-chair of the Friends of the Ossipee Rail Trail, and I'm also a member of OEDC, stands for the Ossipee Economic Development Council. And I'm here to speak not only for myself, but also on behalf of both of those organizations. And both organizations are in strong support of this recently proposed amendment that would focus on the removal of the rails and formalizing the corridor as a recreational rail trail. I am also vice chair of the Friends of Constitution Park in Ossipee, and also a member of the Outdoor Spaces domain of the Mount Washington Age-Friendly Community, working on walkable trails. I have dedicated considerable time and effort to supporting our local community and to encouraging usage of many outdoor recreational opportunities for the area. The economic, social, physical, and mental benefits of recreational rail trails have been well documented in many studies in New Hampshire and the rest of the country. In 2021, University of New Hampshire Extension, in collaboration with the Ossipee Economic Development Council, presented a report, Strengthening Connections. This was an extensive project that gathered information over several years regarding the possibility of using the underutilized existing rail corridor. This corridor meanders through woodlands in Ossipee, which is located at the entrance of Mount Washington Valley and is part of the Lakes region. We encourage you to read this report if you have the time. It is actually on the Ossipee website under OEDC resources.
Since the report has been presented, Ossipee has already made improvements with sidewalks, lighting, and signage. Small businesses such as a coffee shop, hair salon, and sewing alteration store in Ossipee Town Center have also been opened. There are many benefits of a rail trail in a small town, and I would just like to cite some of them. Trails boost spending at local businesses. They make communities more attractive places to live. Trails influence business location and relocation decisions. They reduce medical costs by encouraging exercise and other healthy outdoor activities. They revitalize depressed areas, creating a demand for space in what were once vacant buildings. Trails provide transportation options and cut fuel expenses. They provide low or no cost recreation for families with low costs relative to other recreational services that could be provided by the government. They increase tax revenues in the communities in which they are located, and these benefits represent a huge economic return on the money invested into their trail projects. I'm sure some of you have rail trails in your own constituencies, and you know the value of that. Additionally, with the Cotton Valley Rail Trail to the southwest, the Mount Washington Valley Rec Trail to the north, and the Mountain Division Trail in Freiburg, Maine to the northeast, having this rail corridor become a recreational path would add to the network, helping to connect these communities along the way. It is important that this corridor be actively used in some way so that it can help stimulate economic development and community connections. In our opinion, the best way to achieve these results would be to convert this rail corridor into a recreational rail trail. Having this vital piece of landscape sit dormant is a waste of valuable asset to all the communities that surround it. It is time to move forward with a positive and impactful outcome. I and the groups I represent urge you to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elliott. Questions, okay, go ahead, Representative Mills, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. Your written testimony, was that given to us in this original package? We do have it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I've taken it, it comes from some of the letters that I wrote, and I picked a few
Thank
from
you.
here and there.
That's all. Thank you very
The
much.
one I did is probably not in your package, is the actual listing of the benefits of the rail trail to a small town. I'm happy to leave a copy of that,
Please.
okay? Because I think you would find that to be very useful.
Okay, all right, okay. No, never mind. Okay, you have a question, Representative? Okay, any other questions from the committee of Mr. Elliott, please? Yes, Representative Juris, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Elliott, is it going to be the charge of the DOT to remove the rails?
I think that's to be determined. That's an answer I can't really give you. I don't know where we stand with that. I know our group will help out any way they can. Obviously, there's fundraising that would need to occur to do all that, and how we go about that. This is really the first opportunity we've ever had actually to even come up and talk about this topic. So we're a new group, we're organized, we have support. In fact, one of the things that was interesting when we had sort of an open house in the town of Ossipee, we did a survey afterwards, and 76% of the people who responded were total favor of the rail trail. And the OEDC has had Envision Nights, and this idea of a rail trail, a recreational trail, has been a very popular item. But the cost factors that you're talking about, I just don't know the answer at the moment. I'm sorry.
If I could follow up.
Yes,
Thank
please
you.
continue,
Thank you, Mr.
Representative.
Chairman. So it's the rails, the ties. Is there any other infrastructure in the way?
Well, there are
Power-
some, there's some trestles that cross some waterways that would have to be analyzed and see if they're safe. Yeah.
With the total mileage?
Well, the total mileage is, if you start from the center of Ossipee, where this project is, and you go up to Route 41, it's about, I think, 9-10 miles. It starts in center Ossipee, crosses Route 16, and then goes up towards Madison, along Route 41 there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions of Mr. Elliott from members of the committee? Okay, Representative Faulkner, please.
In terms of recreational users, do you anticipate, walkers, bikes, obviously, but is there a difference in terms of perception if we introduce snowmobiles and then on top of snowmobiles, perhaps?
Snowmobiles already use the trail.
Other ATVs that.
Snowmobiles already use the trail. ATVs do not. And the whole question about ATVs is an interesting one, because I think you would discover throughout the country, and I think even in the state of New Hampshire, that most of your recreational trails and bike trails are non-motorized. They would not allow that, but they do allow the snowmobiles during the winter months.
Okay. Any other questions, representatives? Looked like you had it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Further questions of Mr. Elliott from members of the committee? Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Elliott. Okay. Next, I will call upon Dr. Bob Bossy of the Ossipee Chamber and Friends of the, Constant Park. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing this. In favor of the bill.
Yeah. It's Moose with a B, Boose.
B, okay, Booth. Okay, I'm sorry. Didn't realize that. Thank you.
When I testified in 1985 in Maine, I was Bouzet.
Bouzet,
So,
okay.
Whichever way.
So it boosts as far as, if
As
you
long
want
as it
boost,
checked
we'll
out
say
the bounce, Mr. Chairman. Chris and I have been working together on this project and others, and we thought in terms of the testimony, I'm not going to go over the same ground that he laid out there, but to bring to you, from my perspective and my role as the director of the Chamber of Commerce in Ossipee and a member of the Friends of Constitution Park, those two entities are supporting this effort because our vision as part of our mission is to enhance economic and recreational opportunities. They go hand in hand. And we know that in that corridor on Route 16, there's a golden opportunity. So we see a vision not only for a business increase, but also for community use. I mean, we see, and I see the kids walking down the trail and running down the trail. I just don't see railroad tracks there. So how do we get there? This bill is going to, thanks to Rep. Smith, trying to bring this to a head and say, what can we do or what can't we do? Because we've been kind of floundering, and I'm not being pejorative, but just the way it is. And somebody has to make a decision. What is the plan, and can we fit in that plan? I would implore you to open that plan, that we can work together collaboratively with other groups who are using it. We've got to find some sense of that we all can get the benefit out of that. So with that in mind, I'll give you one other plug. My wife, who's the chair of the Friends of Constitution Park, couldn't be here today because she's writing a grant that's due at the end of the month. And if I don't mention something about that, I won't be able to go home. So I just want to that she supports that too, and so does the Friends. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Booth. Questions of Dr. Booth from members of the committee? Any questions from okay, yes, go ahead, please, Representative.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is any of this actively used as rail now?
I don't know if it's actively used for freight. I mean, there's.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, please. Continue, Representative.
Do you know if
Kuczynski.
any state money has been spent in the last 10 years to maintain or upgrade those tracks?
I have no clue. Is that right?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Representative Kuczynski. Any further questions of Dr. Booth from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Dr. Booth. I will next call upon Shelley Winters of New Hampshire DOT, who has indicated no position on the bill. Welcome back to Public Works and Highways, Ms. Winters.
Thank you. So for the record, my name is Shelley Winters. I'm the Director of the Division of Aeronautics, Rail and Transit at the Department of Transportation. Here to provide some technical testimony, maybe clarify some of the answers to questions that were asked relative to state investment and state usage, and then answer any questions you may have. So just by way of a little bit of background, the department and the state purchased this corridor in 2 phases, purchased 8 miles in Madison to the Albany-Conway town line in 1995 using state funds, which I believe were state appropriated capital funds, and then purchased 13 miles in Tamworth and Ossipee in 2001. Those were using federal highway transportation enhancement funds with state capital match. So those transportation enhancement funds on those 13 miles would preclude motorized vehicles such as OHRVs, but snowmobiles would be allowed. So in total, the state owns roughly 21 miles of state-owned Conway Branch. It's situated in between New Hampshire North Coast, a freight provider to the south as an abutter, and Conway Scenic Railroad is the abutter to the north, which we all know runs tourist excursion service. We own the corridor, but since 2001, since our acquisition, it has been managed by the Trails Bureau at Department of Natural and Cultural Resources through a cooperative agreement. as the rail and ties are largely in place, DNCR has availed that only for winter recreational use, as is evidenced on their website due to safety concerns with trips and falls over ties and rails. So once there's snowpack and snow cover, all the normal gamut of recreational winter uses are availed by DNCR. 2019, the department distributed a request for interest on all uses of the line, rail or other commercial or recreational trail uses. We got 2 responses at that time, and they were from motorized railroad putt-putt cars, so to speak, and then rail biking. We got no trail interest at the time during that RFI time. So since that time, again, COVID and other things have taken priority. We've been working on an RFP for on-rail uses of the 21 miles. I think the subject amendment before you is only looking at a 15-mile segment of our 21 miles of ownership. So our RFP that we're working on and plan to release is for 21 miles of on-rail uses. And that allows us to go through the continuum of transportation uses that connect. And we understand there would need to be some significant financial investment to bring those up to certain on-rail uses, but we're going down that continuum of transportation uses. At the end of the day, through our process, we may get no responses or no feasible responses that could be financially solvent, which may lead us to the next conversation about recreational uses. We've been engaged with DNCR throughout the process, receiving their feedback on our RFP and on our timeline. I've talked to several of the gentlemen who have already testified about the ability perhaps for 2 uses to coexist. If rail biking or other on-rail uses that are low speed were selected to bring revenue and economy and tourism, our right-of-way may still be able to accommodate an on-rail use and a trail use. We just don't know until we get to the end of that process. So we're planning to forge ahead with that 21 mile RFP for our whole ownership. We have been staff and resource constrained. The Rail Bureau is a general funded bureau of the department. We have 1 engineer responsible for all railroad lines in the state, 1 railroad planner. We have about 500 miles between abandoned corridors and active corridors that we're responsible for. We've got a bureau administrator who's only 50% oversight of rail. That was vacant for 9 months. That was my position, and it will become vacant again Friday. So we've had some constraints. It's still something we're working on, and but wanted to let you know about that, as well as we just hired a consultant and we're doing an update to our 2012 state rail plan. And we'll be going through that over the next year and a half. And part of that process, we'll be looking at all privately owned and publicly owned state railroad corridors, agnostic of their current use, and looking at it from a network perspective, trying to look into the future and look at the long-term use and connectivity. So we're looking at a framework to try to evaluate any segments of railroad corridors that are currently out of service, such as the Conway branch. So there's a history to it. There's a lot going on. We think we can work in parallel with the amendment, but we're still planning at this point in time to continue with our RFP. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Winters. Questions of Ms. Winters from members of the committee? Okay, Representative Newton, followed by Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Very good testimony, very informative. I have a little concern about the trestles. Can you tell me what bodies of water they're over? And do you see the trestles as a big hurdle for this to make them safe for people to go over?
So I can provide a list. I don't know them all off the top of my head. We do have an inventory of all of those right now because DNCR is the one who is managing the recreational use. It's DOT's position that DNCR evaluate those prior to opening them up for the season, certainly depending on the type of use that this line is ultimately used for, whether it's rail service, rail biking, or a trail. That would be a paramount safety concern and consideration that whatever entity is going to be ultimately responsible for constructing and maintaining would want to do those evaluations to make sure that it can handle the loads and is safe for those use types. So we have not done inspections as of late because we do not, as DOT, use those right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Faulkner, please.
Thank you. I think you explained that DNCR manages the recreational trails. Can you describe what the relationship between DNCR and the municipalities where current rail trails are, and and even with private volunteer groups who help maintain those trails?
Sure. I believe, and Craig Rennie from the Trails Bureau Chief would probably be able to more eloquently state it, but I believe it's different quarter to quarter based on whether there's a year-round use or it's a winter recreational use only. In some instances, they partner with the communities through which the trails they manage go through. I know they establish agreements with many of those municipalities. They have agreements with snowmobile clubs and other recreational trails clubs to assist them with maintenance. So there are some responsibilities incumbent upon through those contracts. I don't know in the Conway area what they have for formalized relationships. I know if we get calls about an issue on the Conway branch and winter use, we do refer the caller or we ourselves reach out to DNCR and they have a field staff person who's responsible for that Conway area.
Okay, thank you. Further questions of Ms. Winters from members of the committee? Are there any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Oh, you do have something?
Briefly,
Reverend Chair?
thank you.
Okay,
Thank
oh,
you,
go ahead,
Mr.
please.
Chairman, and thanks for the question, taking my question. So on this branch, you're exploring every option. The Rail Division is exploring every option
Through
to that segment.
Through the RFP, we are going to be soliciting on-rail uses only and then see if those on-rail uses, if they're viable, do they also support a trail option within our right-of-way because we own a wider right-of-way through there. But
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, any further questions? Yes, go ahead, Representative Bogert, please.
I'm from the Lakes region, and we have a trail. We call it the Wild Trail that goes alongside the railroad tracks. And a lot of places we're required to put fence lines and stuff in so that we can partner with it. And the question I have is, in this situation where it's not an active rail line, but you want to keep the rails in place, would the similar situation be required to put a fence line in between the non-train used railroad tracks and the trail beside it, if that's one of the options that is made?
I think until we know what the on-rail uses are and which ones, if any, are viable, that we would enter into a contract that would go through Governor and Council. It's hard to tell if it were, certainly if it were a freight railroad coming through, the offsets would be much more stringent in how far off the center line and the fencing. If through the RFP process, let's just say for conversation's sake, it was a rail biking, which we know is very low speed and low risk, it's likely that we may just require a certain physical offset without having to have a fence between it. It really depends on if any on-rail uses are selected and what is selected, what is the speed, and what is the potential for that on-rail use to come off the tracks and have any kind of interaction with the trail. So,
Follow up?
Okay, a follow-up. Please continue, Representative.
Now, the bridges that are transverse in the waterways and stuff, are they able to handle a train currently?
So certainly they would all need to be expected. They'd all need to be inspected again. They'd all need to be load rated when the department acquired that corridor. I don't believe we got a full set of the load rating and the bridge information. So that is certainly something that a respondent would need to take into mind if they respond to the on-rail RFP, to go out and look at that and figure that into their cost calculations. And we wouldn't sign off on the operation of any on-rail service until the department was satisfied that that was going to be done safely. So it would need to be done in the future by an entity if they wanted to start rail service.
Okay, further question, please continue.
Now, based on the bill with the amendment and stuff before us, these same bridges are usually not designed for foot traffic, but an on-rail bike system wouldn't hamper the bridge's use. I don't see it, but so my question would be is if it's allowed to have foot traffic across these bridges, who would be the plan, or what is the plan to pay for such changes to these bridges that would have to take place in order for foot traffic to happen.
Yeah, pun intended, but we'd have to cross that bridge when we get there again. And until we know where these theoretical rail bikes would want to go, I think many of them may try to avoid at-grade crossings and as many bridges as they can to minimize their costs. Certainly, if we could have two uses, theoretical rail bike and a trail coexist, we'd have to look at that bridge and we'd have to look at the use, how many days a week and when the rail bikes would be used to see if there could be a way that the trail comes back onto that bridge. And obviously, trail users would have to yield to the through traffic, or whether or not the bridges themselves could have, let's call it a small trail cantilevered off the side of there, or build a small bridge. Some of these are, streams and lower volume waterways. But again, until we know what the uses are and we know the speed and the frequency, it's hard to come up with that. I will say overall, the department does not directly through the Bureau of Rail and Transit fund any of the trail construction. It's usually incumbent upon the trail advocates, so the municipalities or DNCR, to find grant funds and local match funds to help with the construction and the perpetual maintenance of those corridors.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Thank you, Representative Bogart. Yes, Representative Edgar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I was wondering, and I might have been looking at all this paperwork, so hopefully you haven't already answered this question, but relative to you're saying you don't have an RFP out, there's other studies or whatever that are being done. And also knowing that some of the trails I've been on is that there is just the rail bed, there's just the rails, and there's not like roads next to them. Some have a service road, some don't, but when would you know from this review that's being done if in fact it would be acceptable to take, right at this time, to take out the rails and the ties?
So and a lot is predicated, thank you for your question, Rep. Edgar. I think it's predicated on when we put the RFP out. One of the things that we think is very important for any potential respondent, because this has been dormant or just winter use for some time, is letting the snow melt and letting potential respondents see the conditions so they can look at the bridges, they can look at the drainage, and they can try to better estimate what their construction, their all-in cost would be. So I think we're hoping we've got it pretty much ready to go out, but we need to hold it to allow a 2-week period so that respondents can go look at the corridor to come up with their financial plan and then submit to us. So I'm thinking sometime by the end of this state fiscal year, the department could be through the process where we've received proposals and whittled it down to whether there's any financial viability and a return on investment for the state. So that's why I kind of said, I think in tandem, these could work, knowing the timing of when this may actually be in place. We as the department may be better able to come to the table with the results of our RFP, or at least the early results that let us start the discussion of whether there's a coexistence of multiple uses, or whether we have no viable uses and we now just start talking pure recreational and trail-based use.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions of Ms. Winters from members of the committee? Further questions? I see none. Thank you very much for answering all our questions, Ms.
Thank you.
Winters. Okay, I will next call upon Representative Mark McConkey in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the committee. I'm here in support of Representative Smith's amendment, and I'm also a co-sponsor. I would like to give a little more background of where we are with this. The Conway branch of the rail, which is inactive, is at least a 20-mile length. All this that we're proposing to use here is a 9 to a 10-mile stretch. That stretch starts at an old freight station in Ossipee and runs to the reconstructed train station at Silver Lake in Madison. It's the only section that we're looking to deal with. There still is a train station in West Ossipee, And this is part of the famous ski train that ran a number of years. And then there was some little bit of freight activity, and then there's been nothing from that point on. I resided and raised my family in the town of Ossipee. I should back up. I represent the good people of District 8 in Carroll County. Ossipee is not one of my towns. I did represent them early on in 2000s. I raised my family there. My heart is in that town. So we're only talking about a 10-mile stretch. When the bill first came out and it went to OLS to look at it, it came back with a recommendation of a $200,000 master plan. I know there are some members of this committee don't like to see numbers like that and spent, and it's a hindrance in the process. This is real simple. The town of Ossipee has been asking for 5 years or more to let the citizens walk on this section of rail. And the department has said, no, you cannot. We will not permit that. We will not avoid liability or provide liability for that section. But don't worry, folks. We've got an RFP coming out. And that RFP has been in the wind for over 5 years. And that RFP is still being talked about today. We removed, or Mr. Smith removed the original bill and brought it back to talking about, instead of a master plan, a group, a planning group, Department of Transportation, of Rail, the Bureau of Trails, will work together with Executive Counselor, District 1, members of the House Public Works, Senate Capitol, selectmen, representatives of the Northeast New Hampshire North Coast Railroad to formulate a plan for the public's best use of this section of rail. The rail will explore the costs and income. We will look at what it costs to remove the rails and take this down to a flat surface. There is no money being asked from the state of New Hampshire from this purpose. There is no money being requested from the Rails Division. It's just part of the study that what would it take to get this down to a flat surface. From my conversations with the Rail Division and many others, that the gauge of or weight of this rail that's sitting there right now is not adequate enough even to carry freight now. There's no possibility that rail could ever come through, or excuse me, passenger traffic could ever come through here because, again, of the degraded rail. So whatever happens in the future, and this group knows full well, as I know full well, if 20 years from now that rail makes sense to come through there, this trail goes away. There'll be no commitment for the railroad to build a new trail alongside it. I don't think we're going to see this in my lifespan that ever happens. So why not let the residents use that section of rail for whatever purpose it might be? And they'll be in full conversation with the Rail Division. The most active use of this property right now is snowmobiling, Corridor 19. And it is a tremendous boom for business owners on or anywhere near. When there's plenty of snow, and I haven't seen that probably in 10 or 15 years, and it's stacked up over the rails, it's easy to groom and there's not an issue. We tend not to see snow now until February, and by March things cool off, or excuse me, warm up, and it's gone again. So whatever limited time we had for snowmobiles is greatly hampered, because as soon as you get your I'm not a snowmobile, but you get your runners down into that, and especially at the intersections and the crossings, it becomes extremely hazardous. So I believe there is a letter in your packet that talks about the Rail Division with great interest to wanting to see this solution to happen. There is no continuous, when you leave Moultonville Road in Center Ossipee, the rail is paved over. There's no way to cross from one side to the other. When they get down to Route 16, it's the same thing again. The rail is covered by there. And when you get to 41, why do we choose that section and only that section? Ahead of Center Ossipee, and I apologize for not saying the right name of the group out of Wolfboro, the Putt Putt group that travels and they have a successful club. They tend to only ride down to Center Ossipee. We don't want to infringe with what they're doing. It's very limited that they will ever cross over and go to the next section. There's a gentleman, I apologize for not knowing Hank's last name. He tried to get an RFP, Executive Counselor Kenny, which is why he's on this, tried to get the division to give them at least a 1-year trial. He wanted to go from where the pavement is in Silver Lake in front of the train station, and he wanted to go north to where the rail is blocked now in Madison. And for well over a year, whether he did it correct or incorrect, an RFP couldn't be brought forward, and or a decision by the department that would allow him to run taking full responsibility for that liability. Freight moves slow. The people of Ossipee have no reason to have to wait for this repeatedly. I hear the story, we've heard it today. I don't have enough people. We're going to get to it. I think this is a nice solution, no cost. We pull this group together and we explore all of those items. The map for this 10-mile section is shown here. And I have a response to a few things. Representative Bogert asked if it's an active trail. It is not. Representative Kaczynski had talked about how much money has been spent on this section of the rail. The best of my understanding, the only division that has spent money here is the Trails Bureau. Thank you, sir. On their money for maintaining for the snowmobiles. And the Putt Putt group, I will say, has been an active participant in providing transportation for that. For Representative Newton, the trussels that are there, they have been upgraded and for the purpose of snowmobile travel over them. And the two that I can think of the most have wooden railings provided on the side. If it turned out the best use after this working group were to come was rails to trails, I will not support the state paying for that. That'll be a private fundraising venture, and whatever they would need to make it safe for that purpose to happen, they will be responsible for that. I finish up on the bike rail section. Hank's purpose was not to go forward to the section of rail that we're talking about. It's a gorgeous walk. It's in the woods. It's along wetlands. There's not much chance at all of veering off. Very few places to put a side-by-side trail. The choice is to be as inclusive as possible, and unlike the Representatives Rail and Trail, hugely successful program in Laconia, connecting with other trails, Tilton and everywhere else, there is no active rail here, and there won't be a need for someone to pay for fencing there. I would be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Representative McConkey. Questions of Representative McConkey from members? Representative Jack, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for appearing. Is it your vision that the state would continue to own the right-of-way?
Yes, they will.
Okay.
And if I could, and only if rail were to return, does the rail bed then go back for a rail purpose?
All right, thank you. Further, Representative Faulkner, please.
Do we know whether the rail and less likely the ties have salvage value, which might decrease the cost of removing them?
Thank you, Representative, and I appreciate the question. Part of the amendment talks about explore funding any trail improvements through private donations, grants, or the sale of the existing steel rails. I believe there'll be someone speaking after. We're of the opinion that, of course, there is a value for that. We're of the opinion that not every tie has to be removed to get to that level space, because there's quite a few places here that the cinders are gone and we're down to grade already. But yes, it is a consideration.
Thank you. Representative Newton, please, followed by Representative Juris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering, and you're from that area, and I'm just trying to figure out how to phrase it best. Is it better to have a trail system through there where people can go through and kind of steward it and keep an eye on what's going on? Or is it better to leave the train rails vacant, and will that lead to deterioration and people going in and dumping things in those areas? It just would seem to me that it's more beneficial to have a trail through that system. Am I correct with that? Or?
I would agree with the representative's position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Juris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The representative, has the group come up with an estimate of what it would take to remove the rails and the ties and any other environmental mitigation that could be possible?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. The working group, the group that spoke earlier has not come to that, has done that exploration. I know there has been conversation with the Rails to Trails group, national group on estimated costs, but the problem is it's hard to generate that interest to come up with those numbers if you don't know if you're going to get the right to use it. And the Rails Division piece has been, or what they've been saying is, we need to consider everything and anything. And so that has not been done, but that will be after this working group is formed and reports by the end of next year. Then it will be the responsibility of that group that wants to come forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions of Representative McConkey from members of the committee? All right, yes, Representative Mills, please.
Yes, just one. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and question for Mr. Chair. I understand your group is just mainly interested in this 10 certain mile area. Would they be interested, or would it be any feasibility to it for them to be involved in this entire RFP project, or would there be no interest in that for your group?
Thank you for the question. I have always found that it's better to start with small bites and, get something working and then move from there. The conversation gets very complicated when you take this all the way to Conway, because there's a different group of people and business owners and so forth. And to date, we've heard that no one's had any responses. So I would think if this becomes a successful model, my hope is that it can grow further. And I believe one of the gentlemen talked about possibly even being a connection on the Conway-Freiburg loop in someday future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Mills. Further questions? Yes, Representative Bogan, please.
Thank you for the question. The one thought is everybody keeps thinking about removing the rails and everything, and which is going to create, especially with the creosote tides and stuff like that, it's going to create other issues. Has there been any thoughts of just doing a overlay, leaving the tracks and stuff in place and overlaying on top of them? And that way, if something happens down the road, if it needs to be reactivated, just the overlay is done and you still got your track bed.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I have been involved in trails. I have started the Ossipee Lake bike path and many other ventures in my work through Lakes Region Planning Commission for nearly 30 years. What I have seen out there when they have filled between the rail beds, whether it be cinders or some other surface, it becomes a very big maintenance item. And who's going to take care of that? These rails have no use going forward. Are there creosote in these? But I'm hearing that if they were to take up the roadbed and put new rails in that 10-mile section, that it would be in excess of $20 million. I believe North Coast will talk about their sections that they're going to rehab. And they're finding that taking the steel away, leaving what has to be there, you know, and how much of that will be a cost number they'll look at. As much as I love rail, and I do love freight rail, I don't see that this is coming back in our lifetime.
Thank you, Representative Bogart. Okay, any other questions of Representative McConkey? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Representative McConkey. I will now call upon Mr. David Campbell, supporting the bill as amended, and I believe, and I'm sorry, I may mess, the Northeast Coastal Railroad. And I want to welcome back, welcome back, Mr. Campbell, who's a former representative, including chair and vice chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
Chairman,
welcome
members of the
back.
committee. Always nice to be back in Public Works. I understand you would know the name if the calendars didn't get flooded, I understand.
Yeah, I did, yeah, and I was one of the ones that got my calendar before the.
That's all right. So I appear before you today in favor of the amendment. New Hampshire North Coast is included in it. We appreciate that being in the loop. I mean, we are the connecting railroad, and we like to know what's going on, to our immediate north. I also have the ability right now, because we are in the middle of some rehabilitation, some new rail, to give you real-time numbers, some real numbers, not what estimates are, but we've got numbers for taking a piece of old spur, which is very similar to this, we're taking the old track, making it a spur, and we can extrapolate how much it would cost to take the 70-pound rail that's to the north and put new ties and new ballast to make it a working railroad. You hear people talk about pounds rail, 70-pound rail, 85-pound rail, 110-pound rail, 136-pound rail, which is like the big stuff. That is every 3 feet of rail. That's how many pounds of rail is in 3 feet. So if it's a 75-pound rail, 3 feet of that rail will weigh 75 pounds. If it's 115 pounds, 3 feet of that rail will come. That's how they gauge it. I think once you put them next to each other, you'll see they're different sizes. So just looking at some of these numbers, and it's why I'm happy to share these with the working committee, because I think it'll be helpful. But here's some of the things I'd like to share with you today. If you just wanted to make that a working railroad, I mean, first off, we understand the state law. We appreciate and want the state law. All corridors have to be, if rail comes back, it becomes a rail corridor. And that's why we support this amendment. However, let's temper that with realism. The realistic part is I don't believe the costs are such that it'll never be a freight railroad. Just to bring it back up to 70 pound, which couldn't handle today's 100-ton per car freight, would cost $1.6 million a mile just to do the tracks, ballast ties. That doesn't include bridges, trestles, culverts underneath the rail for drainage, grade crossings, and signalization. That's going to boost that by a minimum of 25%, as much as almost doubling it. But say 1.6 million turns into 2 conservatively. And that's based on our low bid this year in $24. That's $24. Going forward, inflation's going to kick that. And our low bid, by the way, that was our low bid. We had bids that were double that. So it's very volatile. It's very expensive. So it is not an exaggeration. I think it's conservative to say it would be a minimum of, to do 10 miles would be $20 million, a bare minimum. And then what are you left with? 70-pound rail, which you really can't use. If you want to upgrade to something that's useful, like 115-pound, probably cost you maybe 25 to 30 million. Again, and this is just wild because you don't know how bad the bridges are, the trestles are, the culverts are. You just have no idea. But these are minimum, I think, costs. Now, you look at that, what economic engine is going to drive that? Where is there going to be enough volume of freight to justify that? It isn't going to happen. And not just in our lifetime, in anybody's lifetime, because there'll be some other need in some other urban area that has that draws on these funds. It's just very, very difficult. So, and we fight it on our little railroad where we go, where we do have active customers. So I think that one other thing I could share with you is the cost of taking out, the salvage value. If you wanted to get rid of the rail and pull it out to make it a level surface, there is salvage value there. But again, that market is all over the place. It was really high during COVID. Now it's down about 150 a ton, I think, for salvage steel. I think there may be a better value in relay rail. You know, some small railroads, excursion railroads want to go slow, like the 70-pound relay. Maybe the state could barter that. You know, the state could either salvage it or so, but there's some money that can come back in to pay for this. The other thing is removing the ties. As Representative McConkey said, you wouldn't want to remove all the ties, just the ones that were trip hazards. And the other ones you keep right in place, because believe me, you take it out of the ground, they do have creosote, they have to be disposed of. Our cost to take a disposed tie out of the rail right now, old ties, is $34. So it's $34 a tie. And that's, again, $24, real bid, low bid, $34 a tie. So if you got 10,000 ties, do the math. You know, it's a lot of money. 340,000, right? So these are all considerations that I would be happy to share the numbers, because we're right in the middle of it. We've got the bids in, contracts have been awarded, and we're doing construction this summer. So we can help this working committee with some numbers, but there may be a way to do it. The steel is where there's value, and the ties, obviously, the less you take out, the better, because of the great cost of disposing of them. And I'd be happy to answer any
Okay,
questions.
thank you, Mr. Campbell. Questions of Mr. Campbell from members of the committee? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Appreciate it. I will now call upon Mr. Daniel, I believe, Day from Durham, New Hampshire, in opposition to the bill. And I just want to say we have a hearing coming up in a few minutes, so if we could try to keep our testimony to what you wrote, if not a little shorter, and just keep that in mind, because we have another hearing scheduled for, and I don't want to go over too much. Thank you, Mr. Day.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'll keep this brief. And yes, my name is Daniel Day. Last name spelled D-A-Y. I am from Durham, and I am the visionary of a startup company that actually has an immediate on-rail commercial interest in a portion of the Conway branch. And I am also aware of at least 2 other people who have expressed commercial interests in the line as well. So we all know that there is actual commercial potential for at least a portion of this line. The exact portion is yet to be determined. I have read previous reports of the line and believe my plan would go well within the parameters of what is best for the region. And I am working with a team of experts and industry professionals and have been in talks with the DOT as well as a neighboring property. And all the talks have been very positive. And I am confident that my proposal would be an economic development driver to the area, an exciting revenue opportunity for the state, and just an overall great opportunity for the people of New Hampshire. So I believe we should keep our options open, wait the RFP, and give people a chance to submit their proposals.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the gentleman from members of the committee? Question of the gentleman. Okay, seeing none, I'd be more than happy to submit if you have any other, through the email to the committee, if you have further questions or comments.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you very much for your testimony. I will now call upon Mr. Mike Lacey of Conway, New Hampshire, representing this, I believe it's CSRR, in support of the bill. Okay, welcome to Public Works and Highways, Mr. Lacey. Okay, there's 2 of you?
Yeah, there's 2 of us. So
Okay, could you, the only thing is, could the other one fill out a pink card too, please?
Oh,
That's
sure.
our rules.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
So
And you're Mr. Lacey, right?
no, actually, this is Mike.
Okay.
So I asked Mike to go ahead and drive down here because I actually flew from a meeting in North Carolina this morning
Okay.
to attend this.
Okay, and your name, sir,
It's
please?
David Swerk, and I'm
David
the
Swerk.
owner
Okay.
of the Conway Scenic
Okay, and
Railroad.
I appreciate you filling out a pink card afterwards.
So absolutely will. So I guess I just wanted to express my interest in always having the ability to bring new equipment into the Conway Scenic Railroad. And currently we have a connection to the north, very long. And what's problematic with that connection is it's seasonal. So every time the snow comes, there's snow slides, there are all kinds of difficulties. So it's not really a practical system to get new equipment to the railroad. Now, we purchased Conway Scenic 5 years ago. We've effectively doubled the size of the company, so there's tremendous economic benefit to our railroad. Right now, in the last 5 years, we've contributed approximately $154 million to the state economy. So lots of good stuff. So my primary thing is we'd like to go ahead and have a reliable connection. If the North Coast Road want to work with us, perhaps that's an opportunity going south of here. When you look at these rail lines, one thing I would suggest is, the Department of Rail Transit has really done a lot of work to go ahead and try to develop what we should do with these rail lines for the future. It's not just about today, it's the future. I would definitely suggest that we go through that process, see what the RFP turns up, because maybe it's something that Conway Scenic works with the North Coast, and you have an opportunity to go ahead and do something else. So from that standpoint, I really appreciate your time today, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swerk. Mr. Lacy, you all set? You don't have anything to, okay, good. Questions of Mr. Swerk or Mr. Lacy from members of the committee? Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Bogert, please.
So you support what they're trying to do, or do you support what they're trying to do with the caveat of the continuance of the RFP?
With the caveat of the RFP, because I think it's very important to go and fulfill and go through that process, because it was a well thought out process, and that can root out and quantify, what reality is here. Because just us sitting here, it's not something that, we're painting an accurate picture. So I think that we ought to go through that process.
Thank you. Representative Juris, please, followed by Representative
Thank you, Mr.
Newton.
Chairman. Mr. Swerk, when you talk about making a connection, you mean making a connection on the Conway Scenic in every direction, including this possible right of way, or did I misunderstand?
Well, yes. What I'm trying to say here is that currently the DOT is studying the different rail lines in the state, and they're trying to see what the best moves going forward are. If you look at a connection, providing a connection to the outside world for Conway Scenic, which is really important for future growth of that company, of our company, south seems to be a very reasonable way of doing it. So until we vet this process out, we can't really decide what to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Representative Newton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So have you had a chance to review the amendment, and would you say that this would be helpful in what you're trying to do, or would it be restrictive in what you're trying to do?
So unfortunately, we haven't had a chance to review the amendment. We were just invited to this meeting without benefit of that, so.
Okay, thank you, Representative Newton.
Thank you.
Further questions of Mr. Swerk and Mr. Lacy from members of the committee? Further questions? Seeing none? Another pink card? Oh, I'm sorry, from the other hearing. Okay, so anybody else want to say anything for or against this bill? Okay, good. Representative Newton, could you please pass me up the blue sheet, so I need to read who signed in? Okay, yeah, and just make sure you fill out a pink card, please, Mr. Swerk.
We've got it.
All right, okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Swerk. All right, okay, and the blue sheet, okay. All right.
Hey, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
While we're waiting, the packet that we received contained a lot of correspondence from various businesses in support of the bill, and I'm hoping that they'll be incorporated into the public record.
Yeah, I think it has to be anyway.
It all goes? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. You-
Okay, so no one signed in? Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. I will now close the public hearing on House Bill 1468. Thank you. And we will get started with our next hearing in a minute or two.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Oh, yeah. You didn't need the pen. I mean, it's just gonna be easy when I saw that package. I was like, yeah, spelling.
John.
Yeah, well, okay, thank
They
you.
were still making things. Yeah.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
All right, so we're at. So if there's anyone that wishes to testify on House Bill 1510, just please fill out a pink card and pass that along. Representative Newman on my left, and we will include you. And we are pretty darn close to our appointed time. Before I open up the hearing, I would just like to make an apology to the sponsor and to the people coming. They'll be testifying that with our confusion last week or the week before about taking this bill, and I can assure you, you have the full attention of our committee now at this time. With that, I will open up the 210 hearing at 2:17. And House Bill 1510, establishing a commission to identify barriers to and solutions for electric vehicle sales and use. And I believe I have the prime sponsor, Representative Rebecca McWilliams. Every now and then I get one. And with that, would you please present your House bill?
Thank you very much, Chair, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here. For the record, my name is Representative Rebecca McWilliams. I'm from South Concord. You're sitting in one of my districts. It's a pleasure to host you. And so I'm here to talk a little bit about EVs. I've passed out both an amendment to the bill that I'm presenting, as well as an article that some of you already saw the last time I was here for a very brief appearance. And I know that this committee has heard some other bills about EVs and the status of EVs, so I don't want to spend a ton of time talking about history or technology or anything like that. Happy to have a sidebar with individuals about those topics because I'm very passionate about them. But big picture, I think it's fair to say that EVs are definitely a hot topic right now in political circles and the legislature. And therefore, I think it is appropriate for us to take some time and actually look into where are we and what should we be doing in terms of public health, safety, and welfare, and as well as industry adoption and changes in transportation. That being said, there is a sister bill, I would describe it as a sister bill, in the Senate right now, Senate Bill 430, which is similar but not quite the same. The title of that bill is A Council to Study the Impacts of Electric Vehicles, E-Mobility Devices, and Associated Lithium-Ion Batteries on First Responder Response, the Environment, Building and Fire Codes, Life Safety, and Property Protection. All things that we're charged with taking care of as elected representatives. We care about the health and safety of our constituents. So this bill that I'm presenting on the House side is similar in that the charge of this goal is to identify barriers and solutions to electric vehicle sales and use. And I would certainly say use is sort of a big picture, which includes first responders, the environment, building and fire codes. So I think there's probably a way for us to figure this out, and I imagine that there may be a committee of conference to reconcile the goals of both of these two bills. That being said, between the last time I was here at this committee and today, I had a great conversation with the folks at the Office of Legislative Services in regards to how commissions must be structured. And I didn't realize until I sent out this amendment that we needed to have one more elected official than we do members of the public on a commission. So the amendment that I passed out today includes 7 elected officials and 6 of the other people who are not electeds to meet our criteria that you need to have one more legislator on the commission. And so that was sort of a Scrivener's error on my part. I apologize, but also I hope this makes it right in terms of the makeup of the commission. I think you've probably already heard a lot in the news and possibly even another testimony on this committee about safety and concerns with EVs spontaneously combusting, right? We've certainly heard some of this on the news about certain EVs not being safe for public use, or at least having some concerns about that, as well as charger fires, wherever the chargers are located, poor installation or faulty mechanics. And I do think that that's something that as a commission we should be looking into, because this has to do with public safety and the health of our constituents. Big picture, I know that the Automotive Dealers Association in New Hampshire has been interested in figuring out what needs to happen for the market to shift in New Hampshire. I know that in states around New Hampshire, there have been some programs for cash on the hoods or some kind of rebate program for purchasing EVs as the market shifts. New Hampshire has not adopted such a program, but it could be something to look into. And really, it's at the discretion of this commission to decide how things are handled and what the recommendations are in the report to come. So for all of the reasons that I've outlined, this is really a goal to get something together to talk about it and see what we can do as a legislature. Also, I do want to note that there was, in 2018, this is a very thick report, so I've emailed it to everyone instead of printing it and giving it to you in paper copy. But in 2018, there was a study commission under Senate Bill 517, Chapter 154.1, Laws of 2018. It was a Electric Vehicle Charging Stations Infrastructure Commission, which also looked at some of the things that we're now seeing becoming more mainstream with EVs. And so this would be a follow-up commission to look at, again, some of the health and safety concerns that came out of the report. I've emailed it to everyone if you want to spend some time reading it at another date. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for the representative? Yes, I'm sorry. Representative Faulkner, please.
Thank you for the question. First, I'm a EV owner, just a point of view. I learned a lot about them in the course of buying them. It seems like we have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge, especially if we go to other states, other countries, in terms of how to deal with these. Somebody else has figured out this problem. How do we keep this commission from basically kind of falling into a debate on climate change or other sort of political hot topic items, instead of, and perhaps make it focus on what it is that we need to do to solve whatever problems we identify? Is this I'm just concerned that the subject matter is too wide open and will kind of fall into general things. Is there language that could make that more focused?
Thank you very much for the question. I would say that the charge is specific on this bill, and again, this may be reconciled with the Senate bill, but the charge is specific on this bill to identify barriers to and solutions for electric vehicle sales and use. So if there's a way to sort of tailor that to be a little bit more specific to the economics of said topic. Nowhere in this does it say climate change, and I know those can be very incendiary terms. So this is really more about a changing market and what we are doing in response to a changing market, as opposed to things that can be hot topics. I would say that because we have 7 elected officials on the commission, the the selection of those 7 elected officials makes a big deal about what's discussed at each of their meetings, obviously. And so I'm not responsible for appointing those 7 people, but if there are recommendations for those 7 people who could stay away from hot button topic discussions, that's probably a path towards finding some answers. And so I would leave that to the speaker and the minority leader if this bill moves forward, because we really do want to get some good answers.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative McWilliams? Representative Cloutier.
Okay, thank you, Representative McWilliams. I noticed on Roman numeral 5 of the bill, it says the commission shall report its findings and any recommendations for proposed legislation to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the President of the Senate, and the House Clerk, Senate Clerk, Governor, and State Library on or before December 31st of 2026. I was just curious why you picked that particular date, which is a little far out, for some people.
Sure. I think that it's the sort of topic that deserves a significant amount of study. And imagining that probably there won't be much work performed this year, 2024. So it would really be a 2025 and 2026 duration. That was my intent. I'm open to an amendment on that date.
Okay, thank you, Representative McWilliams.
Further questions for the representative? I have a question for you, Representative. Thank you for this. I've had the pleasure of, as several of the members of this committee have had the pleasure of being on another commission and finding, as you just said, time in the first year runs out very quickly. So you need to be out at least 2 or 3 years. Could you tell me, I know it will be the commission's job, but can you identify a few barriers as you see them right now in this process?
Sure. This is highly technical, but
I'll keep it
you
simple
asked.
for Mark.
Okay, technical. All right. So at the federal level, we have an air emission standard that has been adopted by most of the states in the Northeast. New Hampshire has not adopted that air emission standard. The manufacturers of vehicles, the big ones at least, but pretty much every manufacturer, Ford, GM, et cetera, have prioritized delivering EVs to dealers in states who have adopted the federal air emission standard, which means that when they're loading up their 18-wheeler and they're putting all the EVs on there to deliver them to dealers in different states, New Hampshire is dead last in the Northeast for priority of delivery of EVs because we have not adopted the air emission standard.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Any other further questions at this point? Thank you for your testimony. You'll have
Thank
an
you.
opportunity at the end if there's something else you'd like to say. I'd like to move to our second speaker, Sean Toomey, State Fire Marshal. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Public Works.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for having me today. Representative McWilliams did a great job doing an intro, and I think it sounds like you've had a fair amount of information on this so far. So I did send some written testimony. Hopefully I made it through the portal. I don't know if I made it there, but in regards to Senate Bill 430, the Department of Safety has kind of helped initiate that bill. Over the summer, the Fire Marshal's Office brought a group together of stakeholders to try to start talking about this, mostly from the public safety perspective, police and fire response. It included a lot of people. It included the Fire Marshal's Office, the New Hampshire Fire Chiefs, New Hampshire Police Chiefs, Department of Transportation, DMV, DES, auto dealers, tow association, and there's probably up to 20 people that we've been meeting. We've had 3 meetings so far. And the thought we had is just really to take a moment to take some time and understand the issue and put some thought into it rather than just the shotgun approach that we've seen so far. I think this session where outright bans and prohibiting them from parking garages, for instance, and things like that. So our goal that we've been working on in the Fire Marshal's Office is really to try to gather data. There's about 400 car fires reported in the state a year, and we think only about 2 of those fires were electric vehicle fires. The challenge from the fire service perspective is when an electric vehicle fire happens, they're more severe, and the tactics to put them out is much different. They're much more demanding on resources, especially from the water supply perspective, versus an internal combustion vehicle. So we just the lithium-ion batteries in general, they're subject to thermal runaway, and they're a little bit less predictable. So we want time to kind of look at what the national work's going on. There's a ton of national work going on from the code perspective. The International Code Council has stood up an ad hoc committee to look at batteries. NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association, has a research foundation. They stood up a group to look at batteries in car-related fires. And then UL Underwriters Lab, their Fire Safety Research Institute, stood up a program to look at car fires. They're going to go so far as to look at the differences. A lot of the studies that we saw from cars were from vehicles in the 70s and 80s. And as we know, vehicles have a lot more plastics in them now. So, really taking a hard look at what's the difference between the cars that we know of the 70s and 80s, which more steel and metal parts, versus what the plastics, and then looking at the EV stuff. So I think in general, the Department of Safety and the Fire Marshal's Office supports bringing a group of stakeholders together to really take a look at this, look at the national information that's available, look at the national studies that are happening, really take a look at what's happening in our state from a data perspective, and make good decisions, rather than just blanketly, getting into situations where we're outright prohibiting the vehicles or things like that without really a thoughtful process. So again, we're supportive of that, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the fire marshal? Yes, Representative Faulkner.
I really want to commend that point of view. I think that's very helpful. And I'm wondering if there are any parallels. I know at one time fire departments weren't equipped to deal with gasoline-powered vehicles, and over the last 100 years or so, we've developed equipment. Are there any parallels that you see between the adoption of motor vehicles 125 years ago versus where we're facing it now, and how different fire departments responded to that?
Yeah, thank you. I think that in general, what we've said is that technology has outpaced us in a lot of these areas, and it's just taking some time to come up. So there's different things that are coming out. There's blankets to put over electric vehicles, which probably could translate to a regular vehicle as well. But there's special nozzles to try to get up under the batteries. So right now, everyone's just trying to learn at this point. So I think we're really in that learning phase, but because of the intensity of it and the time it takes to put the fires out, everything's kind of in a sort of a little bit of a pause, and it's a concern, right? If we shut down for here at home, shut down 93 on a Friday afternoon in the summer or ski season in the winter, because we're 3-4 hours trying to put this vehicle fire out, it's very different than the Concord Fire going out and putting a car fire out in a few minutes right now. So I think it's going to take a little bit of time to evolve. There's a little bit of a growing mindset of that vehicle fire, say, go back to the 93 example, is just knock it down, get it on a wrecker, and get it off the highway, and then get it to a safe spot and probably let it burn. But then, it gets into some of the climate decisions of, what's better? Is the water runoff going to be an issue when we put thousands of gallons of water on it, or is just to let it burn, and what's the air quality issue? So I think that some of that's just grappling. I think the biggest thing from the fire safety perspective I hear, other than the time and the resources it takes, is when you put it in in a parking garage that has an apartment building above it, and where it go back to, it takes a few minutes to put a regular internal combustion engine vehicle out, where this go back to potentially hours to put an EV fire out. Is the structural protection between the residential and the commercial space okay? Is the sprinkler system capable of doing it? There's some research now saying if you bump the design capacity of the sprinkler system for that residential up one category above what it is now, that's going to help protect the structure and help protect the cars around it. So I really think we're in a research mode, but I think that, I go back to, let's focus on the study and not just say no, right? It's going to take a little bit of time to figure out that transition from horse and buggy to electric internal combustion to now to these EVs, but they're making fire engines that are EVs right now. So I mean, it's concern we heard recently is that the propane delivery trucks for our homes, if we have propane fuel, they're making those EVs, and the people are kind of very concerned about that. You know, if you put a propane tank sitting above some electric batteries, well, there's got to be, if they're making them, it's got to be some protection. We got to figure this out. So we just need some time.
Thank you. Representative Fadafi, please.
Yes.
You just pull your mic a little closer to you, sir. There
Hello.
Yeah.
On TV about 3 weeks ago, there was some agency, I don't remember the name. They said it takes 3,600 gallons of water to put out a fire on an EV. Have you heard anything about that?
There's all over the place. There's that amount to tens of thousands of gallons of water. You know, so it's all over the place. There's stories of people getting trapped in the back seats of EVs and dying, but we can't find that data. And that's I think my biggest concern is that if we're going to make decisions on these things, we need to have good factual data that can be verified, and not just make sort of knee-jerk reactions to rules and regulations around on stuff.
Thank you. Further, yes, Representative Bogert.
Thank you for taking my question. In your statement, you mentioned that when you put an EV in a parking garage that has residential housing above it, that you might have to add to the cost of the construction of this units in order to incorporate the use of EVs. And I'm just curious, in a climate of where we're trying to lower the price of housing, but yet to accommodate an electric vehicle, we find everywhere we turn, we're increasing the price of everything else around it in order to accommodate an EV. Am I going down the wrong track here, or?
I think that's something we're trying to look at, and I think the other thing is, you know, go back to that UL study that I mentioned. They're looking at was there a change from metal components to plastic components, and like, so what's different? What's the differential between those two? So I don't personally, I want to wait for the studies to come out before I make that hard and fast decision. But we know that all metal vehicle is very different than a plastic vehicle, and we know it's different if a battery if and when a battery gets involved. So there's different risks, and that may imply there's a cost difference.
Thank you. Representative Connor, please. Excuse me. Representative Melvin.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Have you talked to the Automobile Association and Towing Association about when these cars get in an accident and they haven't caught fire yet, but you put it on the back of your flatbed and it catches on fire? Have you had any discussion about that?
Yes, sir. They were part of the discussion we brought together this summer, and they've been part of the 3 meetings that we've had so far. Some of them are recommending just putting them in a different spot in their yards, or putting like Jersey barriers or something like that, big concrete blocks to help protect them and segregate them for 30 to 90 days. And that's still something they're trying to figure out the time frame for. But yes, they both have been included, dealers, automobile dealers, sorry, and the tow.
But has any one of them turned around and said, I won't tow that?
My understanding is yes, but I can't give you an example. Anecdotally, we've heard that happen, but I can't tell you today in a specific example of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Yes, please. Representative Palumbo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Peterson. I apologize. Peterson. I apologize.
Are you aware of alternative batteries to lithium batteries, such as the solid state batteries and sodium batteries? Do they have the same intense fire hazards that the lithium batteries have?
We're being told no. And then we're being told there's some stuff coming out on the lithium ion batteries to change the science of those to make them less of a risk for thermal runaway, but they're not available, is my understanding, that part of it yet, but it's coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Yes.
Representative Cloutier.
Thank you. Do you have any records, or is your office now or encouraging municipalities to keep records on vehicle fires and whether they're electric vehicles versus non-electrical vehicles? Any sort of statistics that you started collecting?
Yes, sir. We this summer we started asking the fire chiefs through the Fire Chiefs Association, some email blasts that we've had. We stood up a small little quick survey for battery fires, car fires. We've only gotten one response so far, and that was a lithium-ion battery. It wasn't a vehicle-related one, but yes, we are. The U.S. Fire Administration is undertaking a major change in the collection of fire data across the country right now. And I suspect that they're working on the framework of that at the moment. But our current incident reporting system at the state isn't sufficient to dive into that level. So that's why we stood up that separate survey tool.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Do you know of any other states that are keeping statistics, especially our neighbors or other states, where if you wanted to compare, we could compare?
So far, probably the best one that's looking at data is New York, and they're looking more at the e-mobility type devices. Is my understanding. Maryland, I believe, started doing a study. I haven't checked with others, but it's been part of a conversation to try to collect the data. I think the holdout, as we're being told, is the new NERIS system, which is part of the emergency reporting system that's coming out from U.S. Fire Administration, should hopefully be stood up by the end of this year. We're hoping that it will capture that data. So I think some people kind of holding back without having to create whole separate data systems, since there's a new one in the works near pretty close.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions? I have a question. Number one, I applaud you and every fireman throughout our state, throughout the country. Wonderful job. My question is, what's before us, 1510, is establish a commission, identify barriers to and solutions for electric vehicle sales. It would appear to me, as you being a member or someone being appointed to that commission, the barrier to sales is the battery that runs the vehicle. We know that. Where do you see other barriers that would be helpful in a commission?
Thank you. And I think the focus for us at the Fire Marshal's Office is the fire safety concerns. I know there's a bunch of others that are, as Representative McWilliams talked about, some of the climate stuff and some of the things. I haven't studied that side of it. I've really focused on the fire side. And I think that we want to focus on, looking at other battery technologies, and trying to help, like the Tow Association. How do you, those sorts of things to understand, if it's towed, how do you protect it? If it's in a garage, how do you protect it? If it's on the side of one of our interstate systems, or something like that, how does the fire department respond to it? So I think we want to approach it from an educational perspective,
Okay.
And just get that messaging out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to bring forward Jessica Wilcox to testify once again before our committee. Welcome to Public Works and Highways.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Jessica Wilcox. I'm the Mobile Sources Supervisor over at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And our team is overseeing the Volkswagen settlement funding, which we're spending a big portion on the build out of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in the state. And we were also a participant in the roundtable that the fire chief has referred to. We take no position on this bill, but we wanted to bring to your attention that there were several EV or electric vehicle related bills being proposed in the House this session. 2 of them were in transportation and 2 of them in the executive departments in administration. So far, 1 of those bills has been referred to interim study. 2 of those bills were voted inexpedient to legislate. And for the bill that has not yet been voted on, which addresses prohibiting electric vehicles in parking garages, we did testify and recommend that the committee consider referring it to interim study as well. There's a lot that needs to be researched. As the fire marshal mentioned, having factual data and real world data to clarify, what are the concerns, what are the barriers, definitions, operations, procedures. These are all things that need to be discussed and dealt with through more time and more attention. Now, there are actually two bills that would create study committees, which the sponsor did reference, this bill and then Senate Bill 430, which the Senate Transportation Committee voted ought to pass. And both of these bills could be potential, we see them as potential vehicles for addressing a lot of these concerns and issues that are being raised. So we like the idea that if those bills could be matched together through that reconciliation process, that seems to be a good path forward. Both of those bills also list several of the same members, including the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And as we have been participating in discussions up till now, we are happy and pleased to continue those discussions and to serve as a resource to you all, because we have been working on this for a long time, and recent DMV data is showing that so far in New Hampshire, we're seeing 10,000 electric vehicles on the road. So we're seeing that growth. These are coming. So a lot of work to be done. That's all I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from Adam Wilcox? Representative Cludier.
Yes. You said there are now 10,000 electric vehicles on the road in our state?
Registered.
Registered, okay. Do you have and what was it, let's say 2 or 3 years ago? Do you have any data on that?
If memory serves, I think a few years back we were at about 6,000. We're seeing like a 15% growth on average year over year.
Okay, so you expect follow-up
Please.
a 15% growth, let's say next year and the year after, is that what you're saying?
So that was kind of how we were looking at it initially when we looked at that data. But ISO New England, who operates the regional electric grid in the area, has actually done some forecasts. And per their forecasts, they are projecting that by 2031, we should see 140,000 electric vehicles on the road. And that is broken down by year. I think by 2025, they project 30,000 electric vehicles on the road in New Hampshire.
All right, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chairman.
Jones.
Thank you for taking my question. In that 10,000 number, does that include hybrids and plug-in hybrids?
That's correct. That's not all battery electric. That includes the plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, not the standard hybrids that don't plug in to charge.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. That concludes what I have for pink cards. Was there anything else the sponsor wanted to mention, or anyone that has spoken previous, or would you like to come forward one more time?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I understand you're going to be execing this bill today.
We may.
Okay, you may be execing this bill today. To the extent that there may need to be an amendment, I would be happy to do an amendment. If you need to bump the exec, I'm flexible. I think that this is worth studying. Also, I do want to mention, I know my colleague from DES didn't mention that there was one more EV bill at ST&E, which was exec'd yesterday. It was a tie 10-10, so I don't expect we're going to see much more traction on that bill, but that was a cash on the hoods, 10,000 or 20, sorry, $1,000 or $2,000 cash on the hoods using Reggie funds for a 2-year pilot. We'll see if that goes anywhere, but that bill was exec'd yesterday at ST&E. So I'm happy to answer other questions that may have come up since the last time I spoke. It's a pleasure to be in front of you.
Would you take a question from the chair?
Of course.
Thank you. Commissions are a hard thing to pull together right now in the climate, especially a 3-year commission, and the cost of representatives seem to like to be paid when they show up to come to a commission. Do you foresee, 'cause you'd mentioned, and if I'm out of line, you please tell me. You mentioned that one of your concerns is a federal issue that is tied to the state issue because we won't come to that particulate amount that triggers getting more units in here. Would you consider somehow making this a committee? Do you foresee that as opposed to being a commission, a working group, or some other form? Or are you looking to have the weight of the commission? I'm just asking you to think about that as you go forward.
Thank you for the question, Chair. I hadn't really considered that until this moment, so I'm digesting it. I think that if it were a committee, it would still need some time to actually come to a data-driven conclusion. And I think the committee would want to be able to call upon the members of the commission that were listed in the amendment in order to get testimony and data. So whether the members of the commission as written right now were truly participants or simply attendees who could speak up, I think we would probably come to the same conclusions eventually. So thinking this through, I do not believe that the makeup between committee or commission is really that important, and I'm certainly not wedded to it. I think the goal is to come up with answers and data so that we can move forward as a state.
Okay. One more question, and I apologize for not knowing your background. What committee are you a member of?
I'm on science, technology, and energy. I'm an architect, an attorney, and of course, a state rep.
So you're busy.
I'm busy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Yes, please. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one more technical question for you concerning the EVs. With the extreme heavy weight of the batteries, has there been much talk about the wear and tear on the tires and wear and tear on the roads, especially in hot climates where the tires wear out quickly and the roads get torn up because the asphalt is soft and the cars are extremely heavy?
I'm not privy to that specific discussion in terms of hot climate, asphalt, and tires. But I will tell you that everything old is new again. And certainly we were having the same conversations generations back when we were converting from horse and buggy to internal combustion engine in terms of deciding to pave our roads and do highways across the country. And so we're probably there again in terms of changes with tire makeup and potentially road surfaces as well. We'll see. Time will tell. But everything old is new again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if I could just mention, Chair, I would be willing to serve on a committee or a commission. This is really important to me. Thank you.
I thank you. I appreciate yours and all that have attended. Thank you. We
Thank you.
will, if there's no one else wishing to testify at this point in time, we will call to a close House Bill 1510 and with the included amendment. Thank you. Do we have a blue sheet?
That's right, yeah. Blue sheet.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Would it be possible to have a very brief recess before reconvening? And I'm presuming that you're going to suggest that we go into caucus.
Yes.
Okay. So that's.
Thank
my
you.
requ-
Our committee will be in recess for the next 20 minutes, at which time we will come back together and we have a list of bills, whether we get through that or not, but that's where we're going to go. I would ask the Republicans to move to our empty ballroom, which used to be our office.
Okay, so it's all right. We caucus in
It
here.
certainly is. let's open up executive session, today being Wednesday, 2/7/24, Public Works and Highways. We have the possibility of 9 bills to exec. I'm going to come out and say that 2 of those will not be exec today. One of them we've got to get to quickly because it's an early bill, 1202 FN. I do not intend to bring that one forward, and I do not intend to bring 1510 forward today. So we will start with House Bill 1196 FN relative to requests for easements for the purpose of laying sidewalk along Class 1 to 5 highways. I recognize Representative Boyd for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. As it relates to House Bill 1196 with fiscal note, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you.
Second that.
Motion's been made and seconded on House Bill 1196 FN. Is there discussion on the item? Seeing none, if the clerk will call the roll on 1196 FN. If you're in favor of that motion, which is ITL, you'll vote by saying aye or yes. If you're opposed, nay or no. With that, would the clerk call the roll?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Fadolfi.
Yes.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski.
Yes.
Representative Bowden.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Boyd votes aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Eaton is not here. Representative Peterson. Yes. Representative Vallone.
Yes.
Representative Juris.
Yes.
Chairman McConkey.
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chair, the vote passes 19-0.
Thank you.
Consent?
Anyone have, we will place it on consent.
Just a point of order, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
sir.
Was not paying attention. I was reading. Did we recognize Representative Eaton as being absent?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
We will pass on House Bill 1202 FN. We will move to House Bill 1234 FN, and which is relative to the repair of Class 6 roads not maintained by a municipality. And I will recognize Representative Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move inexpedient to legislate.
Seconded.
Motion's been made and seconded to ITL House Bill 1234 FN. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I can speak briefly.
Yes, please. I would like to.
Thank
hear.
you. We passed RSA 23181A in 2019 to handle private roads. The problem being you couldn't get certain types of federally guaranteed mortgages on private roads. And it was a compromise bill. It took about 3 years to pass. Every word of it is carefully crafted to satisfy all the stakeholders. This bill would have extended those same protections to Class 6 roads, which are unmaintained public roads. But we learned that there is no problem getting mortgages on Class 6 roads, so the original problem doesn't come up. And we only had testimony in favor of it from one citizen. Some stakeholders were opposed because without the mortgage incentive, they were unhappy with the tension between what does equitably mean in terms of funding the maintenance, depending on how you are using the property and where your frontage is and whether you're using it seasonally or year round. So, and it was pointed out that one possibility would be to convince the town to discontinue the road, then it would be a private road and this wouldn't come up. So I would also point out I have an amendment to this. The problem, there's a severe drafting error in the as introduced version of the bill. So if we should get to a split vote where there's an OTP possibility, we have to make sure that this bill does not come out with a bare OTP. So if we should get a split vote, we will need a minority report with that as an amendment.
Thank you, Representative Jack. Yes.
I understand that
Faulkner.
amendment's already been drafted, so is that correct? Okay. We don't need it, so
Right,
if we get to the floor, you have something to offer, I guess.
could be. Yep, thank you. Any further questions? Who was the second? Cloutier? Or Boyd, do you have anything you'd like to add at this point?
I respectfully refer the committee to the answers offered by Representative Jack some moments ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. We will, if you're in favor of the motion ITL on 1234 FN, you'll signify by saying aye or yes. If you were opposed, nay or no. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Fadolfi.
Yes.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski.
Yes.
Representative Bowden.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Boyd votes aye.
Representative Melvin.
Aye.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Connor. Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Eaton is not here. Representative Peterson. Yes. Representative Vallone.
Yes.
Representative Juris.
Yes.
Chairman McConkey.
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion ITL passes 19-0.
And without objection, we will place it on consent. Seeing none. We will move to exec on House Bill 1262 FN relative to the installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Route 111 and Elmer Road in Salem.
Mr. Chairman,
I would recognize the Vice Chairman, Representative Cloutier.
I move ITL on House Bill 1262.
Motion's been made, seconded by Mills. Discussion. I'll first go to Representative Cloutier.
I
Do you
tried
want
to
speak
listen
it?
and take notes during the testimony, and just that DOT is recommending a roundabout. And I mean, the signalized, according to the testimony, isn't in the 10-year plan. So if they want to signalize, I don't know, maybe you ought to come and ask for an amendment to the 10-year plan, but I don't think this bill is the way to go, because we try as much as we can to respect the process of the 10-year plan. And so that's why I urge ITL on House Bill 1262.
Representative Mills, do you have a comment?
Yeah, if I could just.
Oh, yeah, Representative
Yeah.
Jack.
Yeah, we also learned that this particular intersection does not satisfy the signal warrants for a traffic signal. So one cannot be built at that intersection.
Thank you. Further,
And Representative Mills agrees with the previous two representatives.
thank you. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be opposing ITL for the simple fact that it's desirous of the town of Salem to have a signalized structure at that particular intersection. It was not clear to me that an analysis had been done whether to justify a signal at that intersection or not. I would have preferred to have seen interim studying, if anything, to, to amplify Rep. Cloutier's comments so that a further discussion may be had as to what would be the appropriate project to be placing into the 10-year plan. So with that being said, I will be voting in the negative. Thank you.
Representative Faulkner.
I'm in favor of ITL, and I think that the reason is that we rely on the 10-year plan process the project in the 10-year plan doesn't specify exactly what the design is. It's a project that's funded. It's gone through the process. You know, we can't get involved with the nitty-gritty design decisions of every project in the state, nor should we, in my opinion. So I'm in favor of ITL.
Thank you. Please, Representative. Well,
Well, I agree that we should ITL this bill because you look where they are in the process and the timing of this. I think, given the history of the recent automobile accidents that have taken place, I think that this isn't going to speed up the process of resolving, preventing another death. I mean, I think the 10-year plan is moving along and probably will come up with a resolution in just about the same time. So I don't think it's necessary to try to rush this project, nor do I think it will.
thank you, Representative. Any further comment? Thank you. Motion's been made and has been seconded on House Bill 1262 FN relative to the installation of traffic signal at the intersection of Route 111 and Elmer Road in Salem. If you're in favor of that motion, you'll signify by saying aye or yes, and if opposed, nay or no. With that, Ms. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Fadolfi. Yes. Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski. Representative Bowden.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Boyd votes nay.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott. Yes. Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Eaton is no vote. Representative Peterson. Yes. Representative Vallone.
Yes.
Representative Juris.
Yes.
Chairman McConkey.
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion of ITL passes 18-1.
Without objection, consent calendar.
No objection, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will be on consent. We will now move to House Bill 1439 relative to vehicle registrations and reciprocal toll collection enforcement agreements. And I will recognize Representative Boyd.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. For House Bill 1439 fiscal note, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Motion inexpedient to legislate and seconded by
Seconded by.
Representative Mills. Discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Cloutier.
I just, with all due respect, and I know the sponsor put this in was concerned about our constituents. The thing is, this is going to cost the Turnpike Fund money, and it's not fair to users of the Turnpike Fund. So I strongly support ITL. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any further discussion? Motion's been made, ITL, on House Bill 1439 FN. If you're in favor of that motion, you'll signify by saying aye or yes, and if you are opposed, nay or no. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Fadolfi. Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski. Representative Bowden.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Boyd votes aye.
Representative Melvin.
Aye.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Eaton is no vote. Representative Peterson. Yes. Representative Vallone.
Yes.
Representative Juris.
Yes.
Chairman McConkey.
Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion ITL passes 19-0.
Thank you. Without objection, consent. Thank you. We'll see. So we will move now to House Bill 1464. We just did that.
No.
No, we did?
No. You're right,
Yeah,
1464.
I'm gonna come to Jen. Yeah. All right, sorry for that. Establishing a committee to study revenue alternatives to the road toll registration charges, relative alternatives to vehicle registration fees, including electric registration fees. The chair calls Representative Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in expedient to legislate.
I will second that motion.
And does Representative Jack want to speak to his motion?
I will need to do that. This is a fine bill. It establishes a committee, a study committee, which would have to end in November. I have an amendment to a bill that we will consider in a few minutes that establishes a commission that makes the commission charge the same as the charge in this bill so that the commission can study both the road toll and the registration fee. And that makes this redundant and not as good because it's not as long lasting and it doesn't have as many stakeholders.
Thank you. The second want to make any further comment? Is there any discussion on House Bill 1464? Representative Connor, did you want to say something? Okay. Seeing none. If you're in favor of the motion ITL on House Bill 1464, establishing a committee to study revenue alternatives to the road toll registration charges, alternatives to vehicle registration fees, including electric vehicle registration fees, you would signify by saying aye or yes. And if you were opposed to that motion, you would say nay or no. With that, would you call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Fadolfi.
Yes.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski.
Yes.
Representative Bowden.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Boyd votes aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Connor. Yes. Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Eaton is no vote. Representative Peterson.
Yes.
Representative Vallone.
Yes.
Representative Juris.
Yes.
Chairman McConkey.
Thank you. Chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion ITL passes 19-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will move.
Yes,
Yes,
probably put it on consent.
yeah, without objection, consent.
I'll contact the sponsor to explain why we have done this. I'll contact the sponsor to explain why we did this.
Okay. Did you say you're going to contact him or you want me to? Okay, thank you so much for that. We will now go to House Bill 1468, FNA, directing the Department of Transportation to develop a Conway Branch Rail Line Master Plan. This is as amended FNA. I would like to make the motion ought to pass. Yes, the amendment, we're going with the amendment that was offered by Representative Smith, which was, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Who's got the, I turned mine in already.
Yeah, I have
I have a copy of it.
Yeah, I
Hold on a
have a
second,
copy.
please.
You wanna move
Just
to
the numbers. Yeah, I'll move.
2024-0530H. 30H. As in hotel.
I move that amendment.
Okay, I'll
Seconded.
second that.
Oh,
Motion made by, I'm sorry,
Mills.
by Representative Mills, seconded by Cloutier, to the amendment, aforementioned amendment. Is there discussion on the amendment? This would be the amendment that Smith had brought forward. What's that?
Voice vote.
Voice vote. If you're in favor of that, signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Seeing none. So now we will go back to the motion, House Bill 1468 FN as amended. I made the motion. I will make the motion to ought to pass. And it was second by Mills.
It
Okay.
was.
Okay. Discussion? Seeing none, if you're in favor of ought to pass on House Bill 1468 FN as amended, you signify by saying aye. If you're opposed, nay or no. With that, would the clerk call the roll, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Fadolfi.
Yes.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski. Yes. Representative Bowden.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Boyd votes aye.
Representative Melvin.
Yes.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Connor. Yes. Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Eden is a no vote. Representative Peterson.
Yes.
Representative Valone.
Yes.
Representative Juris.
Yes.
Chairman McConkey.
The chairman votes aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion ought to pass as amended passes 19-0.
Without objection, consent?
So is this a bill because it has an appropriation though, is it allowed to go on consent?
I think we don't have to put it on consent. I believe the physical note's going to come off of the bill, but it does say FN, so leave it.
Leave it off.
We will put it on the regular calendar.
Thank you. So next is 1631.
So we will pass on House Bill 1510 as a courtesy to the sponsor to the bill that we just heard. We will move on to House Bill 1631. Thank you. Representative Jack is distributing an amendment. We'll give him some time to look at that. This bill is relative to extending the commission to study revenue alternatives to the road toll. We will give this a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. The chair recognizes Representative Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ought to pass, and I will offer amendment 0525H.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Seconded by Cloutier. Would you care to speak to your amendment, Representative Jack?
As I mentioned a few minutes ago on the other bill, the amendment modifies the charge of the commission to be equal to the charge of the study committee that we just ITL'd, so that the commission can study both the road toll and the registration fee. That's the only effect of the amendment.
Is there discussion? Yes, please. Representative.
Yeah, I just got a question on this line 24 to 26. It says all motor vehicles contribute proportionally, including vehicles registered out of state that may no longer be subject to the road toll. What does that refer to anyway?
Representative Jack?
Well, I would refer that question to the prime sponsor.
which we, excuse me, Representative Jack, are you referring to the previous, or to the commission? That would be me. It's a fine question, Representative.
I think I remember the answer that we
Rep-
should discuss beforehand, that
Thank you, please.
if we don't have the road toll, the gas tax, and collect through registration fees, then there's a missing element. People from other states who drive on our roads aren't paying, so they want to look at ways that we might recover from that loss if, you know, if we don't have the.
Representative Kozinski, does that satisfy your?
Would that be like, say, electric vehicles or something? Is that what that's referring to?
It would be, you know, cars from other states driving through the state or in the state wouldn't be paying registration fees, so is there a way to have them pay a fair share? It could be any type of vehicle. And again, they're looking at alternatives to the gas tax, so maybe replacing it or replacing it in part, or recognizing the fact that we're not collecting as much from the gas tax because of increased vehicle, you know,
Thank you.
efficiency.
So if the road toll, the commission has already been looking at other states that are doing a charge by the mile, and they're, because the problem always comes up with where so many people are coming through here, we're losing revenue, but how do we capture if we don't have the registration fee, how we're going to capture that? And that's part of the whole issue with the commission. Is there a model out there that'll make up that difference? And one of those models is miles traveled. There's some technology heading that way. Some of the states are doing self-reporting. Some of the states are collecting that from every time you register your vehicle. But then how does our state get that portion? It's a huge dilemma, and that's what we're looking at.
Okay.
I don't
Just a
think this
possibility
clouds
then.
it. Representative Jack, do you see, I don't see this clouding the other commission. Okay. Further questions? Yes.
Yeah, and is this the bill where this will only make it go till the end of this year?
No, this commission extends out to 2026.
Okay, did that have to say that in this amendment anywhere? Because it doesn't.
I believe it's incorporated, this would incorporate into the bill for the commission, and the commission speaks of going to 2026. And then once, if we get, if I give you some background, so this again is going to take the governor months before it makes it to the bill if we make it through the process again. It usually has steam to do that. We have talked about forming a subcommittee in Public Works once we know people are interested in this moving forward, that we would then invite DOT, Environmental Services, all the players to come in, and we'll work on it during that interim period. So by the time we pick this back up in September, that, you know, we haven't lost the steam. So that's the intent. Okay, so motion is to accept the amendment as stated. If you are, is there any further discussion before we call a hand vote? Yes, please.
I'm just going to throw this out here. In South Nashua, there are gas stations, gas pumps at BJ's and at Sam's, and there are a lot of out-of-state people that come up. And I just want to comment that I can remember sometime in the last few years, DOT, I'm pretty sure I heard it from through DOT. They keep track of, because you enter, if you're charging it, you're putting in your zip code, and they can keep track of out-of-state things. Would vehicles typically coming up from Massachusetts, buying gas up here, but then racing back to Massachusetts, would they get caught up in this also? or
Well,
the commission
we-
could look at that.
So on, the commissions to
Mhm.
look at that. As,
They-
as
yeah.
far as the gas concerned, if they come into our state and buy gas, we're getting the revenue from
We're
that
getting the
toll.
revenue.
There,
right.
there's a whole issue with how for us to get paid for people that charge in our state. And that has just not been worked out yet because our state is a different system of electric utilities. And some states, they've worked it out, and we're hoping that part of the charge of the commission is to find a way for us to capture some of that money. And then, so that's where we're at. It's complicated. There are a lot of great partners. We've kept the same people together. We'll involve the committee once this passes through the House and the Senate, or at least through the House. We'll start meeting, and then I would invite committee members then to join us as non-voting members. But we have made sure in this bill that Public Works has major seats at this. And to date, I have been chosen as the chairman of that. That could always be subject to change. Okay, so we haven't voted on the amendment yet. Have we? Okay, so.
I'm sorry, we haven't voted on the amendment.
Okay, so if you're in favor of the amendment, and do we have the amendment number one more time?
0525H.
Okay, thank you, Representative Jack. Motion's been made and seconded. If you're in favor of that amendment, raise your hand, signify by saying aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move on to House Bill 1631, relatively extending the commission to study revenue alternatives to the road toll. We have a motion. I will make the motion not to pass
I'll second. As amended.
as amended.
As amended.
Is there discussion?
I'm strong support. We need to continue our work as a commission. I've been had the pleasure of working with you and other members of the commission. I think we need to keep it up, and hopefully we can get some work done in the next few months.
Thank you. Any further comment? Yes, Representative.
Just the same, basically the same comment. This commission has actually probably been going on for 10 years, 12 years, but unfortunately, every 2 years, there's new players, there's new people elected, and it had to start all over again. And this time we recognized we had some return members, so this is our attempt to get this to become a permanent commission that reports to this Public Works Committee, and it just can go on as long as it takes to get to a solution to this.
Thank you. Further discussion? If you're in favor of the motion, ought to pass House Bill 1631 as amended, you'll signify by saying aye or yes. If you're opposed to the motion, you will signify by saying no or nay. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Fadolfi.
Yeah.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski. Representative Bowden.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Boyd votes aye.
Representative Melvin.
Aye.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Eaton is no vote. Representative Peterson. Yes. Representative Valone.
Yes.
Representative Juris.
Yes.
Chairman McConkey.
Votes aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion ought to pass as amended, passes 19-0.
Thank you. I want to thank the, as always,
Consent.
we go
Can't we?
consent? There
money
is,
involved.
yeah. Without objection, consent? Do you have a comment, please, Representative Abbott?
Yes, I just wondered, I know Representative Fadolfi asked you, and but I don't remember your response when we're going to get the printed copy of the 10-year plan.
And thank you. I received a copy of it in my mailbox downstairs, and I thank you for saying that. I didn't know if anyone else, apparently no one else has received it.
No, I haven't.
Okay, Kathy, do I need to speak to the governor's office for that or DOT? You're the bestest. Thank you for that. Looking ahead to next week, so we have a hard deadline on at least one of our bills is an early bill. I was going to next Wednesday, Valentine's Day, no better day to open up the 10-year plan. We're going to open up. I believe I have to change some nomenclature in the 10-year plan. Kathy, if you can help me on that when we're done, I will do that. I would like to spend the day with, I believe the term will be work sessions with different department heads, DOT providing a background of their expertise. My thought is we're going to be here Thursday for a session in the afternoon. The governor is going to do, is it the State of the State? The governor will do a State of the State, and then we're going to have session afterwards. So we have to be here anyway. So my thought is we'll take a long day on Wednesday, and we will go at, would we say 10 to 12 with more presentations from DOT, and I'll work out those details so that you have some planning, and it should go into Thursday's calendar. And my intent is that we will meet at least 2 days a week, each week going forward. Once I see what that breadth, and Kathy has provided me, or Christy has provided me with what we've done in the past, so that we can work our way through this with a few long days and get through the 10-year plan. Is there objection? I know some of you have work commitments, so we'll try and hammer that out tomorrow.
Is there a hearing scheduled at the end of that process or the middle of the beginning?
I believe we've traditionally, Kath, do you want to speak to that? But I believe we traditionally hear from the departments. And then, so hear the presentations and, okay.
Yeah, the 14th is noticed as a public hearing.
And I believe it's been brought to my attention, it shouldn't be listed as a public hearing. It should be, what was the verbiage there?
Agency presentation.
And I don't know if you're gonna hold a public hearing the same day.
I believe in the past, and someone please correct me, John, someone else that's been here. I believe we haven't done the public input until we've been through the presentations.
Yeah, I think vaguely, Mr. Chair, that we haven't done, usually we've done a presentation, then we may do a public hearing on the, another day but it can vary from chair to chair, but this is what we've done it. I think last term, we did presentations and then a public hearing, as I vaguely remember.
Well,
Chairman
for
Gray.
a public notice, it would appear that your records have been water damaged and no longer to be found.
Okay.
So we're going to exclude yours.
Okay.
Chrissy, you had spent some time on that. Do you want to comment on it now, or you would talk afterwards?
In 2022, first with a public hearing, and then full committee work session, followed by executive session, and let me check 2018.
Yeah, because 2020 was COVID, we didn't have a forum. I don't believe we did. I don't.
Is there any reason
No.
we can't take the presentation from the department as part of the public hearing?
Well,
We
I
haven't.
think we've done that before. I remember vaguely once we had the presentation, because it was one of those years where there wasn't any argumentative positions to be had. So and we held the public hearing afterwards. Like, we took the presentation, didn't take all day.
Yeah.
Rather than do it over 2 days, we had the presentation in the morning, let's just say, and then the public hearing in the afternoon. And if we had nobody at the public hearing, we just closed it, went on our way. The other ways that we've done it is just have a day for the presentation, then the next time we'd have the public hearing. And always in the schedule, it was if the public hearing was only gonna be an hour or so, we would go right into the work session from there,
Work sessions after the public hearing?
after the public hearings.
Okay, so if you have interest in this, why don't you stay? Because we're gonna figure this out while I have, Kathy, do you have some time to stay? Thank you. And we have Christie here. Christie, do you have some time to spend?
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll hammer this out, and anyone that wants to stay is welcome to stay. Those that want to leave, I will recess the meeting, and just knowing that we're going to be here next week.
And you may have to stay to get the paperwork for your. I believe.
Yeah, so anybody that has a blurb, I would appreciate them today. The latest is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
I don't think they give it away.
I see. Who do I have? Okay. So if you don't want to be a part of the discussion on the public hearing, then you're free to go. And I want to thank one and all again for our work. As I say to everyone else, I'm so proud that we work together.